soldiers in the jungle, baby, we're alright. We don't care much for people like them. We don't care much for people like them. But darling, on my mind, I'm feeling so fly up in the zone now. I'm like a golden crown, whirling high up in the sky. Oh, it's the way you make me feel so good right now. It's the way you make me feel so good. Oh.
I've never really been the one who's worried. Always been the one who's keeping it cool. The kind of guy who chill while others hurry. I didn't know that I've been the fool. I've been telling lies about something real, but I know love is based on honesty. Kept thinking how real love should feel, knowing that it's not just you, it's me. 'Cause I was made to be free. I am made to be free. I am made to be free. Myself and myself only. I've been like that since I was a kid. I've always put my feet wherever I want to. Before I saw who I could be, kept thinking, where did I go wrong? Then realizing where I do come from. Was asking how real love should feel, knowing that it's not just you, it's me. 'Cause I was made to be free. I am made to be free. I am made to be free. That's my choice, what I need to be free. Still thinking how real love should feel, when I know that it's not about you, just me. Biding my time, I hope that it ain't so. Facing the truth, the eye of the needle. And even if we're not solving this riddle, looking back on the deeds that we've done. There's a lot that we did wrong, looking back on all of the shit we've done. I cannot believe that it's been so long, that we're in the eye of the needle. When you don't like or love me, I breathe it all out and I breathe in. When there is no way back in, and we are the eye of the needle. I breathe it all out and I breathe in. We are the eye of the needle. I'm biding my time. I know
Okay, happy days. That is pretty much on the money. Welcome, everyone. This is the weekend captain's game. Ghost Delay, thank you for the follow. I'm Wust, again, thank you for the follow. And Hipster Beaver, we played some Dota. You played very well, thank you for the follow. Yeah, more of the same, I guess. Hopefully, we'll get some really nice numbers for today's game in terms of player base. And how's everyone been? Let's just check Discord. Hey Panda, how's it going, my dude? We'll mess around with the music as well, as always. I don't know what difficulty people are playing on at the moment, but ITYTD probably today, I think, or maybe POC, depending on if we have the time to play like a shorter version of the game. But yeah, I'm excited. It's good to be back. I've been kind of doing a lot of IRL serious adult stuff in the background, so yeah, moving very soon. Cannot wait. Right, I'm gonna have a bit of my sandwich, and hopefully we'll get into the picking phase very soon, I guess. So yeah, good to see you all. And yeah, we'll get into another, hopefully, very competitive game of Vitals.
I'll face the eye of the needle. I breathe it all out and I breathe in. The eye of the needle. We are the eye of the needle.
Oh, that is properly spicy. What have I done to myself? Oh, my face. That hurts. Chili mayo. I didn't think it would hit me that hard. So, has the meta changed? I doubt it. I know that we were tweaking with some of the numbers, some of the send numbers, but ultimately I think that what we're going to see today is probably more of the same. Get to late game, or regular mayo is too spicy. This is meant to have, I think it's like chipotle, but that's not like proper hot though, is it? Let's be honest. But yeah, I think I've embellished my sandwich with far too much of this stuff. But I'm stubborn, so I'm going to have to power through this. I might have to mute my mic every now and again just for coughing fits. And you may hear physically sweat coming out of my face. Because this is horrible. It tastes amazing, but Jesus Christ, it's spicy. So yeah, I think, let's see who we got. We've got Lings here. Pipes here, Carl. We've got Neuros here. We've got loads of really good, strong candidates for captains as well. So this should be a really interesting game. And I'm sure that over the course of the game, we'll see the player numbers increase as well. What tends to happen is we end up with like a decent, solid core picks at the beginning. And then down the line, things start to kind of speed up in terms of having more of the seasoned players kind of joining mid-game to late game. So. Wild Grim. Ah. That's not me trying to be like, follow me and like and subscribe and all of that jazz. That's me just saying it's easier for me to talk to you directly here on Twitch than it is for me to have to type out the entire game mode effectively. And nobody wants to read that in chat, to be fair. So hopefully Wildgrim does find us, and if he does, I'll down the music a little bit and we'll go through the basics. Hey Meep, how's it going, man? I am back, yeah. I took a bit of a break. I needed it, actually, to be fair. Bit of a holiday. And also kind of did some pretty big things in the background too, IRL. So finally got some time to myself, finally got the weekend free. So what better way to spend it than watch some high-level nerdery, the highest order. I was just saying I put way too much spicy mayo on this sandwich, so I'm going to kind of dip in and out and try and finish this thing off, but I do apologise if I take, coughing fit breaks. This is grim. Yeah, hey, Wildgrim, how's it going, mate? I noticed you in game. That's all good. So my name's Ghosty. I have been streaming this and also refereeing this game for a long time now. And so what I do on my stream is I explain the game to basically anybody and everybody that wants to kind of learn about it. Thank you for the follow, firstly. And secondly, the best way I can kind of go about doing this is figuring out how much you know about Factorio. Are you new to this game in particular, or do you know a bit about Factorio, in terms of going through the different science levels and researching? And that's the best way for me to gauge this, because I don't want to treat you like a complete noob if you know a little bit. But what we're going to have here... perfect, yeah, then. What we have here, if I zoom out real quick, is you'll see obviously that we have a map that is divided by a river. Apologies if I'm going over any old ground to people that have obviously tuned into this often, but it's always nice. There might be that one or two people that join us that don't know. So for those that don't know, there is an infinite river that separates the map, and the map's resources are flipped. So that we have this north side up here, this south side down here, but they have the same patches that are just mirrored across the river. So there's no advantage of being south and there's no advantage of being north. You just have the same stuff and a slightly different viewpoint. Today, 2 captains will be picked from our player base. They are typically veteran players, so someone like Enkling, for instance, who knows where our kind of elo sits. And we basically pick 2 teams. This is the most competitive version of this game mode because people it's like a badge of honor to win. It's a really organized, basically our player base skill level is split right down the middle. You don't really find stacked teams where one side has all the good players and one side doesn't. You kind of separate everybody out. So this is a true test of, let's see if I know that you're good in the week when you play with all of your friends and you stack games. Let's see how good you are today when you're put onto a random team and the captain has a different mindset or a different idea of how to win. So ideally, we want to get to rockets, and ideally we want to, get to that end game. But captains sometimes have ideas and pick players that can snipe and that can effectively kind of, amass purple science or amass yellow science and try and ramp up the evolution and the threat. The reason why this game is fun, and it's difficult at the same time, but it is incredibly new player friendly as well. So I do want to stress that this is not some high level big brain thing. If you're a new player to Factorio, you can join this game right now. You can enter in, you can play, and you can have an impact. You won't be used as cannon fodder, trust me, there's a role for everybody here. So we have a randomized map each time. So this isn't something that we know or have ever seen before. This map here right now will never be seen again. And if we want to play on this, we'll vote for it. I think we have voted already on it. Or we might re-roll to start. This is new, I like this. I'm not going to play today. We have a wiki. Yes, that's awesome. Yeah, I saw that go down in the Discord, which I think is slowly but surely being added to the Wikipedia. What I'll do in this game is I'll kind of slowly but surely, as the game develops, talk about the different stages and phases that we're in and try and explain different things that people are doing. As I was saying before, each map is new. The geometry of the map is new. The group that you're assigned to will be different, so everybody has a different play style, everybody has a different skill set, and different kind of role that they take. And Fan Thunder, hey, enjoy the game, mate. It's going to be a hell of a ride, It's going to be a hell of a ride. Hope my captain likes ammo belts. Something makes me think you're going to get picked near the bottom end. But good luck. There's also a new ping feature. Ah, very interesting. I'm looking forward to see all of that. Ah, cool. At username. That's definitely an upgrade for sure. No, I'm a spectator. So I am planning on captaining very, very soon. So I need to kind of see, there's lots of new names here. I kind of want to just figure out who, if I have to pick kind of the middle skill to lower skill level people, who I'm going to aim for. So we're going to do a spectator stream this one. And down the line, once I've kind of amassed a group of people that can hopefully win a game with me, we'll try and get them picked and onto the team. So yeah, we have, okay, so that's map, the teams, obviously the resources and dispersal and the variety of resources that we're given, patch size, where they're at. Yeah, that's different. The map's always different. The player base is always different. And the plan, the most important part of this, the plan is always different. As you can see here, Ling will captain the North team. And on the South, Jimmy50, a new person I haven't seen yet, will captain the South. If I also point you in the way of this, I'll put the link to this in Twitch actually. This will be quite useful for you. If you check this website here, you'll be able to see the teams get picked, but also the elo of the teams as well. So you'll see why certain players are prioritizing certain captains are prioritizing certain players over the others. And this is interesting. The South have gone for, now Ling has picked Pipes, very strong player, the Pied Piper. And Jimmy's picked Califabop and Greg Innovator. Now I don't know Greg Innovator. I'm not saying he's bad or good. I just haven't seen these players before. There are some very, very strong people that are being overlooked here for this first pick phase. So I'm interested to see if South have like a predefined, I need these guys to have. Right, the Soldier goes South. This is looking a bit more normal. Fire up North. But yeah, we've still got very strong players. People like Friendly Fire, for instance, very strong player. Everlord as well. Plumpcat, Ragnarok, Neuro, Cog, I mean, Hydra, Smiling. These guys are all really. Claw's here. Vegito is here. Tio's here. Rafe, Meeple. There's some very strong players in this game, is what I'm saying. So, right, as these teams slowly get picked, I'm going to have a bit more of my sandwich. Try not to die. And then, yeah. By the way, if the music's a bit too loud or a bit too quiet, let me know. I can mess around with volumes. Also, we're not going to stay on this playlist. We're going to bounce around a little bit. The difficulty of this game, that's a very good question. Let me ask. Claw looking for the ammo belt. Oh dear. Prox goes South as well. Okay, this seems like this is a pre-planned thing, right? Califer is a streamer and a speedrunner, I think. Lucky Stone, where have you been, mate? Oh, this is OG. This is old school. Lucky Stone. A quick, brief lore. BB lore. We once had, many, many years ago, in fact, I'll try and find the video for it. And for any of you that don't know, I have a YouTube channel where we just put the VODs up so that people can watch these games back in over time. Lucky Stone has a single... one second. He has one victory as a captain. And that was when we had a professional team of speedrunners versus the entire server. The numbers ended up 67 on one side, 7 on the other, and Lucky Stone led the plebs to victory. I made a trailer for it as well. I'll see if I can find the trailer. But if you head to that YouTube channel later, on maybe tomorrow or the day after, this game will go up there. So you'll be able to watch this back. That's mostly because these games do go on for quite a long time. So you're not always going to be able to stick in with the whole kind of run of it. So feel free to dip in and out. The same way with the stream. I know that some of you guys sit throughout the entirety of it, and I don't know how you do it. But then again, why do I do it? It's because I really enjoy it. So feel free to dip in and out. I won't take it personally. Promise. I won't add you to the list. But yeah, Lucky Stone. Let me find that. I'm really sorry. I haven't interacted with Byte Battles in such a long time now. I really want to see if I can dig this out. Where would it be? Be here, right? Yes. Oh, here we go. So yeah, I made a trailer. It's awful, but we got a lot of hype around it though. Now, like it's a private video, so I'm not able to like share it publicly because I used some copyrighted music. I think it was copyright footage or something or other. But let me find this for you. Jesus, this is a blast from the past. Where is it now? 67 versus 12. That was the one. Oh, come on. Where did I put this? That's the 1v1 games. A trailer. Here we go. Made a trailer. Let me know if this loads up for you guys. There we go. Does that load you to the video? It does. I'm gonna watch this real quick. So I haven't seen this in like a year. Literally a year.
If you want some, I'll give it you.
Oh my god, yeah, because this is when the production values on this are high. I mean, come on. It doesn't get much better than that. What was I doing? I had so much time on my hands. Holy shit. Sorry. Oh my god, that's just brought up a really good memory. Oh, how good. How good. Alright, we're starting to see the teams, you know, kind of thicken out. 13 on 13. There's still lots of players on this spectator island to... It's not bad, right? I'm not like a really good video editor or anything, but that's pretty... I think that got us hype, you know. We got 67 people to play against an entire professional team. I mean, I'm not getting paid to do this, boys. I'm doing it because I enjoy it. Unlike eating this sandwich, which I need to get through. So, yeah, I'll do that, and then we'll get through the map. This looks like we are absolutely playing here. So I'll walk us through what we see, what's good, what's bad, and what's spicy on this map. Because I don't see any uranium, boys. I don't see any uranium at all. At least, yeah, out in the open. Oh, we do have some over here. This cursed lake. Oh no. Right, back in a sec. Oh yeah, that's horrible. Whatever that is, I need to put it in the bin. I can't use that again. That's too much. And I don't mind spice. Oh, mate. Second. Oh, that hurts my face. Okay, right. Whoa, it's been a while. Let's see if these will still work. The drawing tools of destiny. When the game starts, you don't want to walk away too far from this area. Very small area, but you've got a little bit of everything inside of there. You've got some iron, you've got some coal, copper, and some stone. The reason why is that during the game, you must protect this at all times. Both teams have one of these, and this is called a rocket silo. The objective of this game is to stay alive, to keep this alive, and for your enemy to lose theirs first. Over the course of the game, very angry, and at the beginning of the game small, but by the end of the game enormous bugs are going to spawn, and they're going to come and run at your objective. Which, if you don't protect, they will kill it off. So how do you stop them from doing this? Well, you build walls, and you build a base, and you defend your base, and you keep pushing your research and pushing your technology so you can get better ways of defending yourself and better upgrades on those towers, for instance, laser towers that shoot faster, or flame towers that do more damage. All the while researching the nerd tech. Nerd tech. Yesterday's FFF. I've been out of the loop for I want to say about a month, so I don't know anything about these new enemies. Have you got a link or anything? Are they hinting at like elemental? I could be down with some elemental bugs. Things that freeze. Imagine like they come up to a wall and then they freeze it when they die, right? It's like an AoE freeze, and then anything around that AoE, including any defenses, are just switched off for like 10 seconds. That'd be kind of cool. But yeah, no, if you've got any links, definitely I'll check it out. I know that there's lots coming. Yeah, effectively the bugs are going to come to, kill your silo. And they don't really care. They'll fight everything. They must be big. Oh, okay. They're hinting at things. So, what most players will do is they will build a big wall around their base. And that will keep them safe from the bugs. You need to give yourself enough space to be able to build in this area. You can't just kind of have this tiny base, but in this area you'll be building production and smelting and all that jazz. Now, some captains will have different views of how big this base needs to be, and kind of maybe the north build in this direction, whereas the south build a smaller box to begin with that keeps them safe. Here we go, right, nice. Let's take a look at this blog post, because I've been out of the loop for quite some time. Gleber. Alien plants? That looks cool. That looks cool. The biome looks awesome. I wonder if we can import this biome. Got you, second to last paragraph. Small creature. Oh no. That's cool. That's really cool. You think they're going to implement... Well, hang on a second here. Do we think that they're going to be implementing a new enemy type? Or do we think we're going to be seeing a completely new genus? So a new species of... So instead of, obviously, bugs, we might be seeing something slightly... Flying bugs, maybe? I mean, flying bugs would be wild, right? Stuff that can go over walls, that you need anti-air. Oh, lads, I'm in. That's crazy. So the initial mad dash... because we don't have any automation, we have to hand mine everything. We have to stick down a load of furnaces and burner miners that we will have to feed coal to. The way that we do that is we effectively have these coal snakes. There we go. These coal snakes, which will mine a coal rock, feed it into the next burner drill, powering it, which will then mine a coal rock, feed the next one, and so on and so forth. In a loop, will build up large amounts of coal that you can grab from to then put into your burner miners and your stone furnaces, and this will get you the basic resources you need. Down the line, start building your smelting lines, and from there your production. Smelting, production, research. They don't have to go in that order, but it's important that you keep them up at all times. And as the bugs get stronger, larger, and more aggressive, they will start to kill off parts of your base. How you respond, how you react with your research and your playing and your strategy is kind of dictated, well, really by how the enemy plays, because they can influence the evolution. If I just push this little arrow here, and the threat. We'll go into those numbers in a little bit, but it's very early on in the game to start talking about evolution and threat. Mostly because those numbers won't really change until we get deeper into the technology and deeper into the research. We can see here, Enkling has ghosted down a blueprint of some smelting lines, which he thinks will kind of get his base off the ground. Some of this will be iron, some of this will be copper, and down the line we'll see some steel smelting as well as stone. You always need some stone. Like, walls are really important in this game. I believe they're underrated, but some people don't value them, and that's a shame, because then they lose. So yeah, basic burner cities are going down now. Lots of coal here. We've got some really generous patches here for an opening base. Sometimes you see small patches like this, and every now and again you see like, yeah, 1,000,000. That's brilliant. 1,000,004, 1,000,005, half a mil stone. Perfect. Enemy mechanics have to be very different. Yeah, oh, big time. Yeah. You don't want to be going up against something that's just a bullet sponge. That's just, oh yeah, well, we'll just add a 0 onto his HP pool and that'll be it. No, I want to see something cool. And the thing is, with this game, you can kind of program almost anything in. So it's kind of wild. Like, looking out across the map, some individual players are moving away from the main base. And as we spoke before earlier, the objective of the game is to keep this safe. What these guys are going to be doing is they're going to be building a base away from main that will provide some kind of asset back. So it could be defensive items, it could be research, it most likely will be a rocket. But they are going to provide a service that the main base can't provide on their own, because they're going to be defending for their life throughout most of the middle to the end game. So the reason why we move out here is because we're helping the guys back here. And we call these bases outposts. And those outposts are denoted and dictated by the amount of resources that are in a particular area. For instance, if you want to build rockets, you need a lot of copper. So if you see people moving towards large areas with vast copper patches, as well as obviously coal and iron, but like you need a ton of this stuff, you'll see teams move out and prioritize areas like this. There are tons of these little isolated copper patches that you can stitch together into your own smelting and then build a rocket. So it's my belief that Teomarx, Fire, 3231 and Carl 3, these guys are rocketing today. And if they're not, we'll keep checking in to see. But that's kind of what these guys do. They are fast, very fast. Claw, I believe, has a really good laser blueprint base that he's going to be building. Not necessarily in this game, but generally speaking, he's got one of the coolest laser blueprints that you can stick down. Like a base that just builds one particular defensive item. Max, not too sure. Solo Slow Outpost he's put on his title, so interesting. South have named their team 159 Rocket. And North are never going to give you up, never going to let you down. Very, very nuanced there. Now, this is bug territory. For any of you guys that don't know, these little red markers here are effectively bug buildings, and around those bug buildings, these bugs spawn. Just gone out of view. But at the moment, the bugs exist in a very weak state. They haven't evolved really at all, and there's not many of them. In fact, here, minus 13 on North, here we go, these little brown shell guys. This guy is a small fighter. He is small. He doesn't really run that fast, he doesn't have a lot of health, and he doesn't have any armor. So we can easily kill them with our own guns, right? You can even go with a pistol. I would argue that you need to go with a submachine gun. Submachine gun and yellow ammo with some light armor. Easy peasy. You can mow these guys down on your own. The reason why the Pied Piper is up here, rather than down by his main base, helping build the main base and protect this silo, is that he is going to build an offensive base that is going to help him fight the bugs up here. And that is a playstyle we call threat farming. There we go. We see a bit more of the map now. And you can see these spawner buildings will spawn spitters and biters, and they hang around in groups like this. And when they get to a certain pack size or threat, they will aggress down the map towards your base. And they do this across the entirety of the side of the map. They don't just aggress in one pipeline type fashion. They will come in all directions. So yeah, Pipes, I think, is going for a bit of an aggressive build here. He will most likely be a threat farmer, and when that kicks in, we absolutely will kind of check that out. Meanwhile, South main base, lots of Burner City going down, so lots of plates being able to be grabbed out of these furnaces, but we don't yet see a plan for their smelting. Meanwhile, the North have already got the beginnings of, and it's not like they're ahead, but the beginnings of smelting. And that typically kickstarts the early game for a team, if they can get their smelting lines down early. And we're not talking about all of this. As you can see here, I for iron, C for copper, and S for stone. I like that. I really like that, actually. So yeah, all you need to begin with is to get a few electric miners down, and to do that you'll need power, which we'll speak about later as well. And just get some plates automated and smelting so that you don't have to worry about it. Once you put it down, set it down, forget about it. It's all good. Anana, my favorite banana-based Apex shooter content maker. How you doing? I bought a house. I can't move in yet. I'm moving in August. But I've been doing some very stressful IRL stuff in the background. So yeah, hey, nice to see you. How's Apex going? My prediction on this game, firstly, Shrub Killer is a fantastic username. My prediction on this game, let's take a look at who we've got on North. I believe the outposters on North are incredibly strong. You cannot deny the strength of Carl, Fire, Neuro's come across Jason. This is a big deal. If you don't counter this, we're looking at a very dangerous 2-hour, maybe 3-hour rocket outpost. It's what they do. It's literally what they do. But for me, the deterministic factor is this guy. Lucky Stone is one of those enigmatic players that, and you'll only really have known this if you've played for a while on the server, there are people that join that can just make plays happen. And he's one of them. Some of the builds he has are so different and so unique. They're counter to what we would typically call conventional gameplay, but somehow they break games. And I'm really happy to see him. Him and Fang were the 2 Chinese players that played on our server, and they would just come with some wild builds we've never seen before. So I'm really happy with seeing him back. I'll keep in touch with him, and we can see now that it's a wildcard VA. However, there are some names on South I don't really recognise, and I'm not trying to say that to be, I don't recognise Jimmy 50, but he's the captain. So I know Ragnar Strong, Cogs Fun, Just Bob Strong, Soldier Strong. Like, the South have some, and Greg Innovator I don't know either. So yeah, I know more about the North. If I had to flip a coin, no, do you know, I'd pick the North right now. But we'll do a prediction in about, what should we say? About 15 minutes? We'll do a prediction and see where we're going on that front, because already we see some unique smelting build ideas here from South. First picks were interesting. So I believe Jimmy 50 picked Greg Innovator first. And what you have to remember is that there are so many other strong players in the player pool. You're saying to everybody else, like Smiling Nasser and Enkling and Carl, I prioritize Greg over some of the highest rated players in our server, which makes me think they're pre-made. And also Calipher, they were the first 3 picks. Jimmy went South as captain, and then it was Greg Innovator, Calipher, and then Lucky Stone. You never know, they might know each other, and that would be really cool to see if you've got a pre-made in here, but already we can see. Teo goes down again, that sucks. We can see already some basic smelting is going down. Oh, thank you, Hannah. Yeah, it's a big deal. I'm an adult now. So yeah, I've got time now. I'm going to start playing a few more games and getting involved in streaming generally, like watching some streams. Yeah, it's just been all over the shop with paperwork and lawyer. It's a long process. So Fang, Fang 100% is Chinese, and Lucky Stone I believe is. But then again, I may be getting this wrong, and I might be calling somebody Chinese who is Mandarin, or there's different. Again, I don't want to be racist because I don't know a huge amount about this, but there are different. You're calling somebody Chinese when they're from Hong Kong can be offensive, and so I believe he's from that part of the world. He didn't speak much on microphone, and it sounded as if he had a Chinese Cantonese. Broken English type accent. Fantastic player. Do not underrate that guy, or do not underestimate this guy. He's probably in chat listening to me talk about him, and he's like, "Oh yeah, fucking, you're building me up now." But yeah. So as a new player, let's wind this back a little. In fact, let me finish my sandwich real quick. There's like 2 bites left, and then we can go straight into. If I'm a new player and I'm jumping into this game right now, let's say I'm Hananana, but with obviously less Apex skill. Let's be clear on that. I don't beam anyone anymore. What can I do if I join this server right now and I go bloop and I land here on Spectator Island and I then get picked by one of these teams? What can I do to help my team without causing a large impact? So without doing anything negative. So without cutting lines or cutting power, how can I get involved if I don't know much about the game? We'll answer that question once I've just finished off my lunch. Yeah, back in a second. Okay, you've landed in the server. You've been picked to play on South. In fact, let's go with North. You've been picked to play on North. You land here, and you go, what the hell is going on? I hop into voice chat, and my captain says to me, have you played much of the game? I say, not really, I love it, but I'm not very good. I haven't played lots of it. I don't have hours and hours in Factorio. What can I do? Most likely, if I'm your captain, I will ask you to do one of two things. Number one is build power, because it's something that anybody can do, but we need loads of it anyway. So if we can start building large power blocks, all you really need is iron, and then down the line you need to feed some coal. So grab some of this coal, somehow belt it down so that you can automate this stuff being fed, and then just plug it in with these guys are getting hammered out here. What's going on? Multiple deaths on North in the early point, like Tio. I know they're flushing out worms with shotguns, but Jesus, yeah, that's a lot of death. So yeah, I'd ask my new player to come and do this, and I would join them. I'd make sure that they're there with me. All you really need to do is go up to some of your burner miners. So for instance, you've got some up here. Hold down Control, click across a load of these, grab like 100 plates, like maybe 200 iron plates. Press E to go into your inventory. Head over to this tab here, production, and then look, steam engines. You need iron plates, gear wheels, and pipes, but you can handcraft this stuff. So build as many of these as you can. You'll need a little bit of stone for this too, and then that kind of starts a beginner player off. Once they're done building this and kind of plugging everything in, you can go, right mate, how do you feel about building, the rest of our smelting lines, for instance? Do you have enough iron and copper to build, these blueprints that have been put down? So I'd try and weaponize new players and get them involved in that way. Beyond that, obviously, the captain has a bigger plan at hand here. They kind of know where they want to steer this ship. They are indeed threat farming. North, I believe, are doing a slightly better job. But I believe Meep is going to be our resident threat farmer for the South, maybe with some more people joining him later. And up North, we have Pipes, who, yeah, I mean, he's just going to threat farm till the cows come home, really. We will get into that a little bit, but I want to go through kind of the mall being made. So effectively, we've automated some plates, and they are now on a belt. And some of these buildings are backing up with plates. We have an abundance of iron here. They've then been pushed down a line, and they're going to hit a level of automation which will allow us to build basic items like belts, like inserters, without us needing to handcraft them. When you have an area like this, we call it a mall, like a shopping mall. An Americanism that I don't particularly agree with, but yeah, we call them shopping centres in the UK. It centralises all of your shopping. Crazy, I know. Madness. So yeah, we're seeing some gear wheels being put down now. They're going to be put onto a belt. I'm sure that these green chips will be put onto a belt as well. And then we can start building up all of this stuff, so you don't have to keep handcrafting these yellow inserters. You don't have to keep handcrafting belts. There'll just be a box, and over time in that box, you're going to have loads of that stuff that you can grab, and then you can help fill this stuff in even quicker. Remember, we don't want to be doing the simple jobs for too long. We need to let a building do that. We need to let kind of a production line do that. And then we down the line can build the more advanced stuff. When it comes to technology and research, we only have access at the beginning to, oh, I like this. This is new. Very nice. At the beginning of the game, you don't have access to a lot of research. So we can see both teams have researched automation, electronics, green science, logistics, and military one. And in the queue for the South, they're trying to do steel axe. And the South have, North doing steel axe. South going for steel processing, steel axe, heavy armor, and military 2. This is a really nice display. I like this. Before you just jumped onto a team and had a look, which is, revealing to say the very least. So yeah, so the mall is going down. Here we go. It's very similar build here. There's not a huge amount of difference because there's just one way to do it. You need stuff to go into buildings, stuff to be put back on the line, and then it's just shipped and shifted onto the next area, the next phase of development. So here you go. Belts are now being produced, and I'm sure down the line that, yeah, we go into a box like this. Perfect. Their smelting is... Weirdly, it's gone down a little quicker than I thought. Mall. I know, it's weird, isn't it? Now, that doesn't take anything away from our, cross-Atlantic friends. It's just not a word that we use over here. Like, it's really... It's like I'm pretending to sound American. Like, if an English person says howdy, I just vomit internally, It's just it's an Americanism I can never really. And a second smell. Why do we have? Interesting. Okay, wait, hang on a second. So, are we looking at a mall? Who's the ref? I think Hydra's the ref. And thank you, Clyde. Thank you. It's been an interesting process. I believe Hydra is the ref. I may be wrong. It could also be Q-Crap. So one of these two are most likely the referee at the moment. Yeah, and again, thank you. It's been it's an odd process finding out how much you're worth. So do you think so this maybe is our research and then this is our normal conventional mall? Because we have a very split set of ideas happening here. Normally we don't do two sets of smelting. We combine it into one large block and then just feed the tops of each block until obviously we're at max capacity. And what we're seeing instead is a split idea. It could be really good. We'll have to wait and see. Which team is ahead? Fantastic ask. Wow, look how far, look, so many people dotted around. Max, Claw, Gabble. Right now, if we hadn't had so many deaths on North, on this outpost would be further ahead. I believe Tio's died a few times, Carl's gone down, I think. So I would have said North had this progressed slightly further. I think it's kind of equal, it's kind of 50-50. It's where we go from here, where we'll see one team kind of scream off into the distance in the early game. And for me, the early game is pretty much denoted by researching the majority of these first two basic science levels, red and green. To build red science, it's very easy. We'll have a look over here at the recipe. You need some copper plates and some iron gear wheels. Easy to make, and it's the most basic research. It gives you the most basic of stuff to deal with. Later on, if you can, build yellow inserters and yellow belts. The power's looking a bit funky, isn't it? Yeah, yellow belts and yellow inserters, slightly more advanced materials, you get green science. And off the back of that, you can then put them into a set of labs like this, and begin researching deeper into the tech tree. And like I said, you'll need lots of these labs. You don't just stick with like 5 or 6. We're going to see rows and rows and rows of this stuff. But for now, because we're in the early game, you can't afford yourself the opportunity to have vast amounts of production. You can just stick with the basics, just to get a slight. This is ambitious from the north. This is very ambitious at the beginning of the game. Oh, thanks, Phil. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think it's finally time to leave the city. A long time coming, honestly, very long time coming. But yeah, it's mine. It's going to take a while, obviously, to pay off. But it's out in the countryside. It's not city-based, and I can work and commute from where I am there. They've got really good transport links, so I'm really excited, dude. It's draining, to say the very least, to be where I'm at. So, and the internet connection, it's fiber and everything. I've already checked. There's a huge forest really close to my house that my dog can run around in. It's really like a sleepy, it's like a commuter town. So there's not like a load of industry there. There's just houses, basically, houses and shops. So yeah, the one thing I'm worried about is if it's like, and it probably won't be. It won't be, but if it's like really petty. I don't know if you guys have seen the Jackie Weaver video. Yeah, English people are different, man. Let me show you something real quick. Oh, also, I dug up. Were you guys? I'm gonna post this again, not because I want loads of people to watch it, but do you guys remember this? Some of you guys were here for a lot longer, so you get more old school than some of the newer guys. But do you guys remember this? I made that a year ago. No, that's fine, Clyde. Ask away. Ask away. So yeah, it's going to be good. I need to obviously get a moving van and figure all that stuff out. But why is there a gap? That is a good point. You mean the gap in terms of Oh, like here, for instance. I believe it's because down the line when you upgrade these to the more advanced smelters, you can load them down the middle. So you can put a load of underground with raw ore, and then you can feed that into the, because obviously they process when they're upgraded faster. And that potentially is, and I don't want to say this, but you may want to be red belting the central parts. Oh, I can't believe I said that. I've been back for 5 seconds and I've said the word red belt. But yeah, it's to expand later on. We might not get to that phase. We might just end up with this outpost producing the majority of what the team needs. And so ultimately this base will turtle up, and when they turtle up, they'll just kind of get themselves ready. Can dual belt, yeah. So you can dual belt down with ore and then dual belt out with an extra line of stuff. But yeah. And I love that kind of innovation, you know. It's not like we've stuck to one type of or way of playing. There's always somebody that's got an interesting adaptation. Oh, again? No, wait, no. Ooh. Now, they are very weak, but losing any of this is a little bit of an L because it was there before and now it's gone. And we need people to react to this. There are people building stuff right now that haven't realized that some of their iron is being attacked, and they will rip through all of this in this very weak phase, weak state, sorry. In fact, they've evolved a little bit. There's been ascent, hasn't there? There has been ascent. So Claw has been like spamming green effectively, which is doable. There we go, just pops finally. That's a lot of devastation for early on in the game though, you know. It's cheap to replace, but if any of these buildings had more than 10 plates in them, you've lost, you know, a decent amount of stuff that you had before. Stuff that you'd locked in for good. But again, down the line, we'll see all of our builds being upgraded, so it's not that bad. Yeah, I will indeed. Let's head over to Dr. Claw. He is over here. So he is hand... Oh dear. Oh, mate. So this is what we call a spam base. This is legit, by the way. People might think this is a troll move. It's not. And we can talk now about evolution and about threat, because it's now being influenced. So we can now say that Dr. Claw is an influencer. Remember to go and like and follow his TikTok. So on the map, either team can influence the threat, the kind of strength, size, and power of the enemy bugs, as well as how many there are. So evolution is changed by throwing. You know, have I been made an admin? Sorry. So you can throw jugs across the river to pump up the strength of the enemy. That's how you win effectively, is you make the enemy unbearable for your opponent. You don't physically fight the opposite team. Your base and its productivity and the efficiency and hopefully the defenses of your base gives you an opportunity to hopefully send space signs or yellow signs or purple signs. These are really strong and they will influence, if I look at the feed value, mutagen influences change as you get deeper into science, because it's harder to build these things, right? Yes, you need more resources to make a single one of them. So, you know, you're rewarded with a more advanced amount of threat and evo. So what Claw is doing at the moment is he's throwing lots of jabs, right? We've just started a fight, we're in a boxing ring, and we're feeling out the opponent. We want to see how strong they are, and I think by jabbing this guy in the ribs, this sudden player in the ribs, because again, they have no walls yet. Do they have any stone smelting? They have some stone smelting, which is nice. Do we have any wall production though? Okay. They're creating aggressive amounts of bugs, which will come down the map in packs, and they will aggress onto not just the main base, but over here, for instance, to the side of the base. We call these kind of attacks side swipes for obvious reasons. And in the initial phase of the game, at 12% strength, the bugs aren't that much of a problem. You can still shoot them. If you have grenades, you can throw a grenade on top of them. Boom, single grenade will pop all of them. So there is a time limit to Claw's spamming sending like this, but what he's also doing is allowing his threat farmer up here to continue to push their team's number into negative. When you kill enough of the bugs, their threat becomes negative. When they become negative, effectively, they become passive. They stop aggressing onto the rest of your map. They'll fight anybody that comes close to them, like here we see with pipes. But you're effectively influencing your side of the map. This one player on an 18-player team is giving his team the space and the protection to build in peace and quiet and to speed into that mid game without having to lose any production. Having threat farmers on north and as well as south is very important because you're using a player to effectively defend a wave that you shouldn't have to. So you hope to see and you pray, and I say this all the time, like the team that gets their walls down first, you can see that they're planning for the late game. They're going, do you know what, eventually this will happen to us. The bugs will eventually evolve and become much more dangerous. And they get to the point where they can one-tap you, and you don't want to be in this position when that happens. That's a while away from now, but off the back of one single outpost, Claw has managed to, and it's just Bob goes down now, that's a big deal. Like, a player is down. So we're now down to 20 players that can fight this off. Jimmy and Sleepy should have this though, but again, problems. The North have created problems for the South, and the South are now having to deal with it. Instead of just, building what they want, they now have to put down things like gun turrets, they have to feed ammo to and stuff. So, yeah, I like it. I think what Claw's done here, he's identified a weakness and said, do you know what, I will be that guy. I'm going to put, an hour of my efforts into just spamming green signs. And when I'm done with that, I'm going to convert my base into something that might help me with defenses. I might build flamer towers, or I might make steel production. Or he might just spam green for the whole game. Now, spamming green has a lifespan. You cannot use green to get to 100% Evo, or it will take you far too long. So the effectiveness of this play doesn't last forever, but it has an impact as the North threat farmer goes down. But he's managed to take us into the minus 500, which is a really nice, sweet spot to be sat in the opening 28 minutes of a game. So the North, absolutely sitting pretty. Every outpost, like Developer out here, and Carl and Fire, these guys are absolutely fine. Nothing's attacking their base because a threat farmer has made the map safe. Over time, that threat number will slowly go into the positive, but that's only if he, stops threat farming. And as you can see, the Pipes is running right back to his base because he wants to keep doing this. Now, Meat Luke and this guy over here, R2, they're also going to try and fight this back as well. But yeah, they're on the back foot now. 14%, it's not too bad. When they get to 24, 34, 44%, that's when you need to start upgrading your armor. That's when you need to hopefully ask for some grenade upgrades as well, to, stronger explosives, etc. That's when you're going to need to go for heavy armor or even modular armor. And you could make an argument for making defender capsules as well. One of my favourite plays in the game is to make defenders. I am captaining very soon as well. As you can see, some of these buildings have gone down, which is a bit of a shame. But Meep's a good player. He knows how to do this, so you got this, mate. Yeah, stuff like this. It's just not comfortable. Again, one of the major points of this game mode is about being offensive and defensively minded. I want to absolutely get to a rocket, but you need to sort of steer your game and your team into the early game into a safe spot. The new world record? No. Is he? Oh, some power's going down. This isn't good. Oh, power's getting hit hard. And this sucks for Gory because I'm sure it's taken all of his time to put this stuff down. Now we're just on 14, 15%. The bugs are ripping through a power block. And oh mate, if you lose a lot of this, this is terrible for the south. We've already lost a couple of turbines here, steam engines. Come on Gory, fight it off mate, fight it off. So the new world record holder in Factorio is British. 1 second. Is that for the 100% that Team McIntyre are going for? Or is that Zasper? Any percent? Oh, what a ledge! Anti-Elites has the 100%. Zasper has Steel Axe percent, any percent. And then any percent MP. Oh mate, well, congrats, Zasper. 13 days ago as well. Good stuff, good stuff. Right, I'm swapping the music out because that wasn't great, was it? Let's be honest. That was pretty terrible. What do we want to go from here? What's good? Gaming music, absolutely not. Here we go. Let's try this. I'm going to stick on gaming music. I bet it's EDM, right? Ah, well, we all know this music, don't we? Should I stick on something a bit more original? Something that we don't really hear all the time on every ESL video that's ever been created? I'll keep it on for a little bit. Never mind. The POC games will go on for at least another 2 to 3 hours, so if anything, we'll just buffer this portion of the game out with some light-hearted EDM. As we can see on the south, we are looking to transition into military science, which is the third tier of science. And the way that in my mind, I work when it comes to assessing the progress of a base is, or the team's progress, sorry, is looking at whether they are at certain stages. So for me, in the early stages of the game, if you can comfortably research with red and green, I call this the early game, right? It's the beginning of the game. These are very easy to make. If you can hit military and blue science, chemical science, I term that as the mid game. Anything beyond that is late game. So purple and I guess I'd qualify white science in as well. But effectively, you kind of need to shift between these 3 different modes and these 3 different parts of the game. So say, for instance, this is our 0... Oh, fucking red. I don't want to do this in red. Sorry. 0 to hour 1, right? Not always, but on this difficulty, certainly, you should be done with all of your red-green research in the first hour for sure. Then beyond that, this, anywhere between 1, 2 hours into the game, and then 3 plus for space science for sure. So on piece of cake, if you're absolutely speeding your speedily as speedily can be done gameplay, then 3 hours for a rocket is comfortable. I know the South have named their team 159 Rocket. That's not happening. If it does, it'll be a bloody miracle, and I welcome the attempt, but it's not going to happen, boys. I live in reality, not fairy tale land. But yeah, military is going to go down. Part of the blue science will also go down as well, and we'll take a quick look up north. They comfortably have a lot of, yeah, here we go, loads and loads of red, loads and loads of green. Again, if you're a new player watching, do not, in these games specifically, don't take any of these jugs off the belt to throw. These are needed for main, and they'll be needed all the way through the game. So there's no point. This area, for me, it makes me nervous when I see new players come here. I would say just don't go anywhere near the labs. And the same with the research. Somebody will have an idea as to like the path they want to take down the research tree. So don't get too involved in that. The best thing to do is just consistently play by building up the blueprints that are down, maybe adding to power, for instance, because that's not a lot of power, right? You're going to need a lot more than that. And yeah, just generally speaking, trying to help. Oh, I love that. Look at that. Gable's found a little, or Gabble, 22, has found a little coal patch down here. And they fed an enormous power block that will be giving North loads of power for that main base. And again, as the base gets bigger and bigger and bigger, we might need to look at nuclear options here. Which is why I pointed over to this river where there's some uranium. Normally there are multiple patches of this on the map. That's the only one I can see. So we are slightly shafted there, a little bit by the uranium, but again, some may be uncovered here in the darkness of the map. But in this initial kind of opening phase of it, just see this. Max 100, he is... Where's Max? My eyes have... Oh, he's out here, isn't he? Flashback to free Roboport game. Oh my god. I'm not a fan, alright, so I'm not a fan of those games. Not because they're not fun, but somebody is going to stick down like 50 Roboports. All of the, like, they'll put down 10,000 bots and go, hey guys, we haven't got any power. Our one steam turbine can't fuel all of this. This is really good from the north, actually. They have 2 places researching. That's a great spot, by the way, Shrub Killer. So Max has taken it upon himself to help increase and accelerate the research speed by going for red-green. My question is, does he have the facility to make blue, or does he convert this into a throw later? But yeah, that's going to rapidly increase. I like the way North are playing. I'm going to be honest with you. Nothing that the South are doing wrong. They're not making mistakes, but... Oh, huge play as well from Prox. Massive. Friendly Fire's already working on oil. They're not a million miles apart, these teams. I like the fact that North have got a really solid threat farmer here. It's been working for a while now. We're almost at minus 1,000 compared to 1,000. You can argue, obviously, dealing with 20% strength bugs is very, very much of a different picture. than dealing with 5% bugs. But yeah, this is looking good for the North so far. Again, I say this every time I stream. If you gain an advantage, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're winning the game. It just means in this, if you were to take a photo of this game state right now, one team is ahead, and that would, at the moment, I would say be North. The South aren't a million miles away, though. They're not being lapped or looped, but they're dealing with some problems which I don't think they want to be dealing with now. As you can see, some of these pink-shelled bugs have appeared, and they can actually tank a grenade. So they're stronger, they're faster, they hit you harder. And the small bugs have been upgraded because of the evolution. Some of them will be medium-sized, which are these pink shell bugs here. So small bugs still exist, but some will be medium-sized, and they take a while to kill. And we can see here there's a solo player right here. I'm not sure what his goal is, but yeah, this guy's not going to enjoy the fact that that's going to be detonating in a few minutes. I laugh. I don't laugh because it's funny, but it's just, if you're a solo player, the best thing you can do is not go and build a solo base. Sorry, if you're a new player, the best thing to do is help out in this main area. They need all the help they can get, trust me. Now, good news is there's oil around, and that's about all the good news that there is at the moment. Stream sniping. Developer, let's take a look. Developer he's going for quite a lot of steel here. So this will be steel outputs. Ah, you were going for a threat farming outpost. Got you. Yeah, the thing is, I think the North have spotted that you guys have got a couple. They threat farmed you. You're not wrong there, mate. You're not wrong there. What you have here, though, in Dr. Claw, he has been here forever. So what he's done is he's spotted that with there, some threat farmers on the south, and he's gone for a very early spam. He could be building a laser outpost. He's gone for spam, and I think that's purely just to ratchet the pressure up. I don't think with green science, unless you're throwing thousands of them, and he's only throwing a few hundred at a time, it's going to make much of a difference from now on. It'll get them to 30, maybe into the mid-30s, but I hope that the south, and again, they have a load. I mean, look, walls being built, which is great. The moment you can upgrade these to assembly 2s, that'd be awesome. Got a ton of stone coming in as well. So yeah, I like what's happening here for the south. They're prioritizing a bit of walls. Hopefully down the line they can build up. Oh, stone line's been cut. Fighters don't like the fact the wall's about to go down. So yeah, it's certainly not GG's. The game is done. All you're doing is having to patch over things that are being killed off. Down the line, the bugs will be defended. I'm not sure where to help. So you didn't want to be... okay, I get... Oh. Sideswipe. Dangerously close to a silo defended by 2 guns with 10 mags in. Oh, you hate the sideswipes. Solo is probably best. I would argue that you could have... there's always power that needs to be built. The power's a good run. As well as walls, dude. Maybe if we do another game, I'd just say, for instance, out the blue, this one ends in the next 5 minutes or 15, 20 minutes. If we run it back, I will give a medal. I kid you not, I'll physically make a medal and give it to somebody if they just build walls from the moment the game starts. When people land in, your team goes and people run around, they go, oh, right, smelting here and a mall here and science down here. The first thing I look at is, if I'm threat farming, where do I want to do that? And if it's not that, where is my stone patch? Leave me alone, I will do this. And then I will send it into my own smelting array, and I will make walls. So from the opening few minutes in the game, we have got a box, hopefully over the course of, 40 minutes now. It should have about 2,000 to 3,000 walls in it, and we should be able to just go, right, they're sending now, let's get that wall down. And again, you have it happening for you now. So it's not GG. It's just, here we go, a pattern's gone down as well, that's brilliant. Initially, this is all you need, just a 2 thick wall with hopefully some flame towers behind it. And as we can see here, we have engines being built, and these buildings at the bottom of this kind of a construction stack here will be flame towers. You're not a mile away from defending yourself here. So you're in with a shout, it's on, it's just, it's not a great position to be in because you're constantly bouncing these guys back. They're 21%. It takes more than a grenade to kill them, and if somebody's not ready or they don't have enough kind of facility like healing or grenades on them, then they themselves go down, which is a win for the North. So the best thing to do is keep yourself alive and just figure out, where do we want to build this defensive box? Is it here? Or do we go a bit more shallow with it, and do we just build here for now? You know, because in time, with robots especially, you can move into this space, right? But if you build it too big, you're defending a huge amounts of territory that you're not using. So obviously, at the moment, in this light blue, nothing's being built here. So yeah, maybe by building the dark blue box, you're securing the light blue for your expansion into things like purple. Here we go. Interesting. All right, I'm confused. So the South have gone for 2 malls, 2 shopping centres. Sorry, my cat's just ripping up something. Scared the life out of me. Good news, we have red chips going into a box. That's fantastic. Keep this box away from the noobs. We have all 3 sciences going in at the moment, with blue to come. They're under pressure on the south. Meanwhile, on north, let's check in on the outpost. Where are these guys at? They're starting to go for oil. The mall's healthy, and we're moving towards red chip production. They have hundreds of walls, with also bricks going into a chest, so you can convert them into walls if you need to, or send them back to main. You know what? The south can defend this. Pattern's gone perfect. This is what I was looking for earlier. A blueprint to go down, and this is us just drawing a line. It's like, right, this is where our front line will be, and it's because we're protecting the oil that's behind it, as well as some of the resource patches that we'll tap into later. I hope that one goes down for the front as well, because you don't want to be... Do you defend the power block as well? I guess you do. But that's a massive, massive front line, for an early game especially, right? So let me just quickly draw. So let's put the north in white, right? The north's defensive box, you could argue, will look, you know, vaguely look like this, right? Obviously, it's not going to be as wonky or as wobbly as I've built it just then. And let's go in red, right? So the south, if they want to protect everything they have and that they're currently using, they need to protect this power block as well. But does that mean that your front line is going to be like this side? That's massive. Look at the difference. Do you have enough? I mean, you have enough people to defend that, but like, the north aren't defending this in terms of space, all because of a power block. I think the only way you mitigate against this, sorry, I'm kind of rambling a little bit here, but I prioritize defense. Maybe you build like between the lakes and then stick an elbow, effectively nullifying this. But now you don't want shoulders to your base. You don't want elbows, and 90-degree bends are a killer. You need 2 of them. Yeah, one on the left, one on the right. Adding in more 90-degree bends, it's just... Yeah. It is exactly. I'm just thinking, like, where do we go? Because you're still getting flooded, by the way. There's still problems here. But it shouldn't, 25% should not be a game killer. But I think, yeah, I would have maybe argued that this is a luxury that you could have afforded an outposter. I'm certainly not throwing any shade on the South, by the way. Some very good players there. And Dr. Claw has very expertly found a way to make their life uncomfortable. What I am saying is I would have probably said to one of the people that wants to do this. So here we have green signs being built and ready to be sent, as well as military signs. Like, why didn't we do this away from main? You know, what's the reason for this being here and not potentially out, I don't know, here? Making main smaller effectively. I feel like we have 2 bases here. One that's, doing what normal bases do, which is get up to blue. And this is fantastic, by the way. The research the South can afford to do now is massive. Yeah. They're in a spicy position at the moment. But they have strong players and they can definitely do this. So. And we do have the beginnings of these... Yeah, okay. Alright. Let's scan across the map. Max, red-green, moving into some stone production. Potentially we could see military being built here. His southern counterpart, Red Wraith, Lucky Star. Oh, Lucky, I completely forgot. Look at that. I've been talking for almost an hour now and I haven't bounced back here. Look at the amount of oil that's here. Ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right, Clyde. You are right. I feel like active defense could help. So having people kind of in it to catch the waves. Things like this, genuine. You being a bit of a bodyguard for the main base as they get their walls up could be the way forward here for defense. You'll need fish obviously to heal yourself, but yeah, well, as somebody puts this down, this wall development down, I'd highly recommend 2 to 3 people try and catch the waves, almost like catching baseballs, right? You see a big ball of the bugs ball up and head towards you, and you run out and try and get ahead of it, catch them before they bump into this, for instance, or end up taking out one of these. But Flamer Towers have gone down. You know, the fight back has begun for the south. I'm not really focusing too much on north at the moment. I'd like to, but they're just pushing on. And there's not a huge amount that I can say that's different to the south. So I always tend to kind of bounce between the people that are in most jeopardy. And these guys are literally just, you know, what's next? All right, blue. Let's get loads of blue down. What's after that? Well, purple, yellow, and then we're off the sides. We'll bounce around something else. So red rate. So Marek's on power. Gabble, his counterpart, is also on power. And we've got Claw up here with his evil green build. Remember, guys, Dr. Claw is an influencer. See? Look how much of an influencer Dr. Claw is. Yeah, no worries, dude. The game, I think, or I hope, will go on for a little bit longer. So, yeah, see you when you get back. So, yeah, Claw is an influencer. He's like the Khloe Kardashian of our server. I don't know who that is. And please don't tell me. I don't want to know. Power blocks either side of the river. Meanwhile, we have a lot of oil production down here. I don't think they have enough crew to kind of fuel it and fund it, but down the line, hopefully, more will come. Just Bob with a bit more defense with the grenades. Hopefully by now people have got better armor on. Hopefully the grenades have been upgraded. That's a must for either side, really, especially if you have a threat farmer. North Main progressing on. A lot more of these columns are filling out now, so we have more steel, we have more copper. Research is tugging along nicely, but no blue yet. I haven't seen any blue hit the labs. So south are ahead in terms of research. North are ahead in terms of safety. But robot flying frames? Interesting. They are billions. I own that game, but I've never played it. I'm gonna get into some zombie games. I'm gonna be honest. Like a friend of mine recommended me Days Gone, and it's like £7 on Steam. 100% gonna get onto that. I might stream it actually because I like zombie games. For me is like the pinnacle of gaming. There's many of them, you can barely survive. It's why I like threat farming, is that eventually you get thrown out of there. You don't get to stay there forever. Why are we building gates? Anybody? I'm stunned. Is it? Am I? I don't mean to take the piss, but an assembly too for gates. Is all of our defense going to be gates? Is there some? Am I missing something? I'll put my hands up right now. Is there something that I don't know that I should know about this? Is this a nuanced play that I've been away for a while that's developed into something else? It won't be fed either. Like, you're not going to get the relevant steel to come down here for that. What a weird thing to prioritize. I don't know. We see, I say this every time I stream, we see something new. That, genuine, is a good idea. Because you can do the same with radars, can't you? You can put radars in certain areas, and because they're a military building, they'll key in on that. Even Alt, they turned off Alt F4. No. So like when you just want to just turn off the computer at source, turn it back. Oh no, bugs are through. Although a wall is down, right? So some of them are being held up here, and they're going for light oil in the flamers. That's brave. Light Wall obviously doing the most damage, but you need to get this wall down, and this is how a wall should work. They stay on the other side of it as they get DPS by the fire that rains down onto them. Stressful though, but they're getting there. If you can fix this, patch this back up, and get even just a single flamer down on a bit of pipe, you're living life. You're a happy man, or happy person, sorry. But yeah, I've heard about their billions, and I'm a big fan. But yeah, I need to start playing. And now that I'm finally done with all the paperwork and all of that, I've got some time to myself. And that's where the streaming comes back in, playing a lot more comes back in, captaining a game as well will come back in. And somebody please build the walls on South. Hello? There we go. He's not stream sniping. Yeah, oh mate. There's so many good titles out there. And not necessarily like the most recent. Are we missing something? Do we not have enough? That's going to run out, boys. However, the wave has been repelled. So as we saw there, the biters ran up towards the wall. And I'll draw this out now for anybody that's watching that's new. It's clear as day and it's obvious, but I mean, I may as well explain to those of you who don't know. The bugs are aggressing towards the base. They're then hitting this buffer area, which obviously is a wall. The flamer will then shoot its fire over the wall onto the bugs, meaning that the flamer doesn't take any damage. And as the bugs fight the wall to get through, they die in like a zone of DPS, of damage. And that's a great way to start defending. There are many other layers to this. But this is basically, once you can put this down in the mid game, which we are into now, we're about an hour into the game. Once you have this all over your base, you're safe. You need to replace the walls that go down, but as we can see here now, finally a full wall is down, and we'll see the effectiveness of a single flame, well, 2 flamers, there we go. That's a really large wave as well, to be fair. And instead of you fighting this and them coming in and fighting you, they're held off at a distance and they get stuck on that wall. And again, another big wave now of spitters. Obviously, these are ranged bugs, but they won't be able to hit, or shouldn't be able. You space this correctly, and obviously, maybe, just maybe, this flamer should be slightly further back, because as you can see by this this green cone that comes out as I hover over it, it has large range. The idea being that it should be able to hit them without it being hit, and it does. Fair enough. I always err on the side of caution and put them right on the edge. So, for instance, as I hover this now, I would want my wall, if I'm obviously putting my flamers back, I want my wall like here. Do you see what I mean? Right on the very tip of that cone. They just have to fight through more stuff, really. You know what I mean? Like if you have layered 6 or 7 layered walls, then they have to fight through 6 layers of stuff. Where's my music on? Okay, yeah, I'm alright with this music, to be fair, for now. We're not in a high energy game, so we don't need high energy music just yet. So yeah, the wall has gone down, and it continues to go down. Hopefully bots might appear. I did see flying frames recently. We have bots. We have 18 whole robots. Don't spend them all at once. Oh, how droll. We have 18 bots, fantastic. And now we can be lazy, not build a single thing, and just blueprint everything. Right? That's how the game works. Meanwhile on the north, sorry, we have flamer towers going into boxes. We don't have bots though. Oh. Jimmy50 has decided that Viking must not be in the team anymore. Interesting. Why? Is it because of this? I mean, they are diverting in a large amount of resources to build gates. I don't know. Never mind. I'm sure it'll all be fine in the end. Right, we've been focusing a little bit too much on main, so let's focus our attention onto the Pied Piper. He is threat farming. He's doing a good job. Minus. Yeah, they kept the guy that made gates. I don't know why. I don't know if he's like a new player or not, Viking. Probably butchering the name as well, but Viking or Viking. What Pipes has done here, how you conventionally threat farm is you run into the bugs and they aggress onto you. So they come into your sphere of influence and they attach themselves magnetically to you. The way that I threat farm, and Pipes is doing it differently, but it doesn't mean it's wrong. He's just doing it slightly differently. So the initial phase 1 is run in, run back out. And when you run back out, there should be a group of them, a horde, you might say, of bugs chasing you, right? What I do is, and what Pipes has done here as well, is he's put down some stone, which makes him run faster, meaning he can run away from them faster. I tend to kite them into an ever-closing death spiral. So what I do is I make a circle of concrete, and I spin them round, baby, round. What that means is they start to concentrate in numbers. So for a single grenade, hopefully at that point the pack is as tight as it possibly can be, almost like an elastic band being squeezed. The pack will be incredibly tight. I won't be able to move, and hopefully be able to survive this. And I just throw a grenade at my feet, killing all of them. Later in the game, yeah, you spin me. What a record! Am I going to get Twitch banned for that? Should I sing copyrighted music on stream? I don't know the rules. You can kill off hundreds of these things in a minute. If you make multiple runs in a single minute, in a tiny area like this, you can kill hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. Again, you don't want to be going after the buildings yet, but later on, just before the large sends go, I tend to pop every building Good, alright, cool. So I can sing it, I can't obviously play the thing. Yeah, I would, if I'm in a Pipe's position now, I would actively look to kill these buildings off. I don't know what he's moved towards. He's just gone grenades and ammo, so his goal here is really just to do as much damage as possible. I normally pick a few people to do defensive outposts with me, and typically we'll end up with defenders. And with them, you can rip through entire areas of bugs, and effectively you can just move them back. You know, you want to control the space, so, you know, push the front line a little bit further back here. All that means is when the bugs end up at 100%, and they eventually come back and attack you, they have to run from deeper. And it sounds strange, but like having the front line here, as opposed to here, is kind of a big deal late game, because they move a bit slower. Unless it's been optimized and things have changed. But yeah, the south is still dealing with 32% bugs. Decently sized packs, but nothing to write home about, you know? And the power looks to be expanded by Marek, who is going to intercept. Fantastic, that's good play there. Meanwhile, this base, progressing. I wonder what they're going to do with this then. Because this was all that Viking... I'm going to call him Vi. Right, that's probably the best way. This is all that Vi did. Now they have Milsci being stored. Did you just throw it into labs, right? They're hand-feeding Milsci? Let's take a look at research. Ooh. Purple's queued, Lube's queued, electric engine. So they're a while away on the north for robots, but they're looking to move towards purple early. In the south, they're going for obviously LDSs, Prod 2, Mil 3, Advanced Electronics. The south even, oh mate, the south have gone for robot speed as well. I think they're doing purple. They might, this might be it. That might be the play. That's a good call. The play might be, get me to purple. We don't need rocket. Get me to purple early. Threat farm into for your life. Kill as many as you can. Keep us safe. Let us build up to purple, and then we spam them to death before they have their wall fully closed off. And they're building it, but if the bugs hit, I don't know, 70, 80%. Obviously at 90 they evolve to, you know, to be behemoths, but the north are, yeah, they're slowly being pushed up, but I don't know. This has got to be the play, right? It is. Interesting. I called this as a rocket outpost, but if you think about it, piece of cake means that mutagen has less effectiveness. Not as bad as ITYTD, but almost certainly this now is an inevitability. The South are about to get rocked. In time, obviously, not right now, but like your wall needs to be quadrupled, you know what I mean? It needs to be really thick, loads of these down, hopefully a couple lasers. Doesn't care. Really? I just don't want to get flagged and all that. You know what I mean? Like, because if you get flags or strikes, etc., then I don't know. I don't want to get in trouble. Maybe that's quite naive of me, but I have seen people play copyrighted music before. So I was always unsure, like, if they have to ask for permission or if there are some playlists which are safe, if that makes any sense. I say this, oh, what are we doing here? No, why? Real? Bruh. No. Come, you seeing this, right? This isn't a loop. For what? To the front line, really? I mean, you're faster than a belt. You could just grab some out of a box and then just do all these. Right? You're still missing flame turrets here. So let me get this straight. 1 second, sorry. My brain, I'm struggling to understand it. We're making flamer turrets here, and we need them here. So what we're going to do is we're going to belt them down here so that we can run down. What are we doing? Why not keep them in the box? I don't get it. I get it later when we've got bots and they need to be replaced, but like right now, this very second, you can't tell me that's efficient. Lazy. But I'm not being, I don't want to be belligerent about it, but that is a lot shorter of a distance than that. You know what I mean? Like, you can skim them off the belt, obviously. And down the line, when you've got bots that can do that for you, but you run quicker than a belt. Belting them down is slow. Sending them on this journey, that's slow. I am seeing new things today that I didn't think I'd see. But it doesn't mean that the South is over. It means they're doing things differently. Again, they are ahead in the research race. They got here first. They don't have any major outpost builds that I can see that are going for any particular large scale, you know, I am going to be getting purple down. I'm going to be doing X, Y, and Z. So we're effectively waiting for this to become such a large number that it rocks the South, and the South need to be ready for that. Now, we take a look at their wall box. Oh, they lost all their ore coming in, didn't they? Yeah, they got slightly smashed here, didn't they? Fair enough. Play how you like. What I would say though, guys, don't upload it to YouTube. Ah, I see. Because there are options for me to stream where if I was to download it, I wouldn't get the music track. Which is why I think people get away with streaming with like copyright stuff. And then they just make sure that the music doesn't go up. So my voice would still go up, the game sound would still go up. But the music in the background that's like, you know, fucking universal copyright, whatever. Like the moment YouTube sees it, you get banned. I need to look into that, Clyde. That's a very good point. I'd love to play. There are some fantastic tracks out there. I'd love to play some. Because I'm having to play stuff that you guys don't know. And I always wonder if you sat there going, wow, this is like lobby music. Do you know what I mean? Like generic. When you can actually be listening to an absolute banger. Certified banger. Okay, we've got some mixers down. We have some mixers down. Right, I'm just going to have a quick drink. No, I know what you mean though, mate. It would be nice to be able to play just a little bit of Nicki Minaj. Introduce the Biter Battles community to the myth, the legend that is Nicki Minaj. Regarding automated gate fraud, way back, might have been the first official Biter Battles championship, the Biter pathing had some really curious quirks, and both teams for the finale had prepared some ultimate strats to show off. Multiple single-layered walls with frequent 5 to 6 tile wide gates on every layer that open, that's fucking clever, that open and close via a circuit network, mess up the pathing. So you're playing ping pong with, that's fucking smart, mate. Anti-Elites is a very smart man. Don't quote me on that. Don't tell him I said that. He's also is he the 100% record holder at the moment? I think it's either him or Team McIntyre that hold the 100%, where it takes them 4 hours and it breaks my brain just watching that stuff, honestly. Wild. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense though, right? I wonder. Oh, mate. Okay, wait. Okay, my brain's going into some really interesting places here, right? Bear with me, right? So, imagine, dream with me, if right here next to this radar was a roboport, and globally this was blueprinted all the way across our wall, right? Just bear with me, this is slightly like abstract, but all the way across this wall, in spaces, you know, not like as a line, but in spaces there exists a roboport with a radar next to it, and obviously bugs key into radars. You could have like a mass blueprint, deconstruct. Oh, bollocks, that's not what I want. Ignore that line for a second. You could have a mass deconstruct of radars, right? And then you could mass blueprint them back in intervals. You know what I mean? So you could take away. No, actually, it wouldn't work. That's a shit idea. Ignore me. I've already thought of why that wouldn't work. So I'm trying to innovate, but there's no innovation in that space. DMCA is a weird one. I get it when it comes to things like movies, because you shouldn't be able to upload a full film without permission, obviously. But for music, aren't you just exposing more people to it? Like, I skip adverts on YouTube anyway, so why not just have people play it? Like, I know that people get paid, is it on SoundCloud? I think SoundCloud will pay for the amount of streams that you have. So if you have 1 billion, 500 go. Let's take a look at that real quick. 1 second. Let's take a look at this. Vision log. 500 purple jugs catapult the South's evolution by 21 points to 58.2%. And there are now 72,000 new entities on the map, increasing the number to 84,000. Sorry, is that? I'm going blind. 7,000, not 72. 8,422. Does this defense hold against 50% bugs? Yes, but barely. This will creak. This will creak. And in some areas, this might crack. There we go. Yeah, a thicker wall. I mean, a much thicker wall at this point. We will keep in touch with some of the defenses, but like a too thick wall on 58 to 60% bugs. I'm sorry, but that won't last very long. And as we can see now, the biters have evolved with blue shells now, and they are big. And big bugs, you can't really go up against them. You can't shoot them and fight them. They break through pretty quickly. A single wave here is penetrated through the wall, and they take a while to kill. This is where your upgrades really pay off. You need to have the upgraded flamer, upgraded grenade, and you can start thinking about, and also you can start building towards poison capsules, poison and slow capsules. They're something that you can throw at the wall that can AoE and DPS the bugs. So yeah, active defense is very important now. And as you can see, the spitters now, being like larger effectively, are hitting the flame towers. This is something I was worried about earlier. These are slowly but surely going to take too much damage and eventually die, meaning there's no DPS in this area, and then the bugs break through. So I believe just spacing these back just a little bit, just a nudge backwards, I think would help the South enormously. As we can see, they're just wiping out parts. Team Netherlands had a gigantic maze funnel build. That sounds like my kind of defense. Right, follow the path, open towards the silo, and then attacking players to the wall. That's cool. That's like old school TD. Yeah, dude, they stack. They do stack. I love them. They're one of my favorite defensive tools to use are poison caps and defenders as well. Defenders only really become... Oh, Lucky Stone's outpost. Oh no. We're not going to see it, boys. Lucky Stone's outpost is being hoovered up. Absolutely hoovered up. By what looks to be a wave or two. This blue gas, by the way, is a poison capsule that's been thrown. You can throw them on top of each other and stack them. Is this it? Have we seen a purple rush? Purple run? There's not a huge amount of coming back from... Well, there is and there isn't. If you had bots, even just 20 or 30 bots, you could rebuild this relatively quickly. It's having the morale to do so. Watching your base get decimated like this after you've been in the game for an hour and building it up, it's hard to get yourself back up for it. The best players do, and like they can get this back up and running, but it's kind of like, oh, yeah, one step away from bots and lasers, that's heartbreaking. You could argue you could go to main and grab like a Roboport and just blueprint that back down. You know, take 10 bots with you, 20 bots with you, to say, look, I'll give them back, just need them now, and then you get your laser outpost. Yeah, this is, we're moving into territory which I believe needs some different music. Let's swap this out a little bit.
You know just how...
No, I don't want to be a YouTube influencer, sorry mate. I hate that advert as well. Do you want to know how to increase? No, I don't. I fucking don't get it. You know, the way I've always been with this is that, you know, it's a very niche thing to watch. And it's not everybody's cup of tea. Ooh, Munster. Oh, mate, how did the Sale game go? 1 second, sorry. Because Northampton, mate, I can't believe they got through. Spoiler alert. Any of you waiting to hear the result of the Bath Sale game, put your fingers in your ears on mute real quick. Bath did them. It's going to be Bath Northampton in the... Oh, what a game. What a game. I can't believe that. I had Sarries in Sale. I genuinely thought it'd be Saracen. For any of you that don't know what I'm talking about, it's the finals or the semi-finals this weekend of the rugby league that I follow, and one of my favourite teams, Northampton, is in the final. I didn't think they'd get there, and I didn't think Bath. I mean, Bath haven't been historically very good, and they are now. I mean, they've got Finn Russell, so Jesus. I mean, if you're not making semi-finals with a player like that, then we are scared. We are a very nice evolution at the moment, 69.7%. Hello, boy. You're awake. You're asleep. There we go. You're right, mate. What do you want? No, that's my slipper. You can't eat that. Want to say hello to Twitch? Woof. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? You're a good boy. No, you can lick my face. I thought you were sleeping for a little bit more. You're just going to sniff around, are you? Okay. Alright, see you in a bit. Who are Munster playing? Sorry, I don't keep in... That's the URC, right? Or is this within... Rugby, scores and fixtures... Yeah, this is the URC. Munster Ulster, oh dear, that is an absolute ding-dong. That's going to be massive. Wait, who's on? Oh dear. Zebo, Nash, O'Brien, Scannell, Daly, Crowley, Craig Casey, Snyman. What an absolute nightmare, Matt. O'Mahony, Byrne. Oh my god. It's basically the Ireland team split down the middle, right? And then Leinster are kind of like the rest of them. So Lowry, Addison, Stockdale, Cooney, Herring, O'Toole. There was a 4-minute sub? Oh mate, I hope he's alright. If you're being subbed off in the first 4 minutes, you have hurt yourself. That's a broken bone at the bare minimum. Oh, mate, what a game. I'm going to have to watch the highlights of that. as we can see now, sorry, slight tangent. The South are now dealing with 70% bugs. There are 9,000 of them. These ones with the green health bars above their head are bosses, like an old school video game. And as you can see, this boss is he's not really going anywhere at the moment. He's just slowly dying. So yeah, he's just stood in this fire for a while now. What were the positives for South? Right, they're getting their wall down, and it's slowly but surely being put down. The North are having to deal with attacks now that the threat farmer has been shoveled out of that threat farming area, and they have flamers down with crude oil in. They're dealing with only 34% bugs, meaning that a thin wall can keep it going. Can defend it, sorry. But yeah, they are susceptible if a big send were to occur. Although I believe that now that purple is in play, the North, if they don't put sides to their base, they're I do keep sniffing my slippers, mate. Go away. Oh, yeah. It is. Sarries and Northampton game's already gone up. Mate, tonight is full rugby night for me. I need to rewatch them. But yeah, they're still susceptible to side swipes on the North. And, you can't be so pig-headed to say that you've been in control the entire game, so we don't need to defend. If they lose, for instance, this power block, that's massive. That's really, really dangerous for the North, because they'll lose power to everything, effectively. So you still need to keep on your toes. You still need to defend areas of your base. And just be aware that they're coming now. Our cog's been hit as well. That's a really large hit. Smelting and some power. Hey, no worries, though. Thank you for popping along. Oh, mate, get some sleep. Get some sleep. The VOD will go up anyway, so you'll be able to see how this game works out. And yeah, I'll see you around. Thanks for tuning in. So yeah, the South have been hit hard. Cog's base has been... And what can you really do? Building poison caps. And this is where we were talking earlier on about the flamers being too far back. So over the course of time, the flamers have been hit and damaged. And down the line, they've been degraded to death, effectively. There's nothing defending this area of the base. And we're still doing this, aren't we? There's 19 flamer towers here. We talked about this earlier on, guys. I kid you not. Somebody clip it. I'm going to clip it up. PSA, personal service announcement. Don't have them in a box. Have them in your hand. Caliph has gone down. The wall's been breached. Bugs are big. Some of the bosses, and they are not far away from this. Thule, you might not have to watch too much. I believe that the South might be slightly done here. It's not just that particular wall either. The blueprint seems to me slightly flawed. The side swipes, man. Side swipes, honestly. We're assessing that just a little bit. Just a tiny bit. But don't stick around just because it's near the end of the game, mate. Best thing to do is get some sleep, mate. Sleep's very important. And I'm sure if we run it back, then there'll be a second game to watch. So, yeah, that's painful. I wonder how much the Vi thing, this, really impacted them. They have 1,000. Why not send this? Hello? You have 1,000 military signs. Just chuck it. What have you got to lose? At this point in the game, you have literally nothing to lose. They're breaking through left, right, and center. Try and put some pressure on them. Or maybe they don't know it's there. Because it literally is just sat in a really insignificant chest. Good luck, dude. No, it's going to be a good game, mate. It's going to be a good game. Who are you rooting for, though? Are you rooting for Munster, or... Either way, I won't spoil the result if we continue to stream. If there is a second game, I might miss the result, so I'll check in on the BBC to see. Yeah, what a great weekend for sport. Bath, of all the teams that could have made it to a final, I genuinely would have told you, like, Bath are like not even top 6, not even top 8. That Finn Russell is some rugby player, eh? And again, here's another flaw. So we have 1,000 military signs sat in a box. Only some of the labs are working because there is a lack of military signs. Do we see the disconnect here? We're not joined up. We're not playing as one joined up unit. Somebody needs to grab this and throw it. Yeah, into labs, mate. I think you need it. Or throw it. It's completely up to you, but Leinster? Ah, Munster. Oh, mate. What fantastically historic and storied rugby clubs, though. Some of the best players in the world have played. Thomas, nice to have you with us, mate. We are at near the end? Not really near the end. I mean, the South have got some problems. Some big problems with some bosses. And for the first time ever, we're seeing... I don't know what to call this. I'm genuinely bamboozled, flabbergasted. But yeah, welcome, mate. I hope you're having a good weekend. I think that if this goes on for if this dies off in the next 20-30 minutes, I'm going to stick around and do game 2. I might even do game 3 if game 2 is even quicker than game 1. But yeah, we've had some interesting builds and some interesting gameplay, but mostly it's been the South under the pump. The North have managed to cruise their way to, well, here we go, even more spam. You got to be careful, mate. It sounds odd saying, oh yeah, you can injure yourself playing a video game, but you absolutely can, mate. You absolutely can injure yourself. 1 second, my dog's just scratching or something. What do you want, little dog? We're very excited right now. Hmm? That's next door, mate. That's not my food. You can smell. Yeah? Who's a good dog? Who's a good dog? Oh, he's such a little nutter. He's gonna love the countryside, mate. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Tangent again. The North have sent 1,800 production signs, purple signs we call it. 1,800 will land you a position that the South are in. 77% evolved. Both now main and this outpost out here are building purple signs. With that also, we do see the expansion and move towards space signs with these late game builds. I don't know if the game is going to be going on for that long. Cog's base is still quite decimated. There's not a huge amount Cog can do here against the boss. Lucky Stone has managed to get his base back up and running again. We do see bots now, finally, which is huge for defense. Just Bob coming in, trying to defend against big biters. You need a lot of stuff, and as you can see now, with just a few hits, go down. I think that we're looking at a crumbling end to the game. Both North Main and North Outpost are building. Claw never deviated away from green signs and continues to send a few hundred at a time. It doesn't do a huge amount now, but it's still doing something, isn't it? It's still helping to hurt. There you go, another 400 from Carl, pushing the Evo up to... Now, when the evolution gets to 90%, which we're 9 points away from, the bugs evolve again to behemoths, and at that point, the South are... And I don't want to count people out here, but that's just game. That's game. Ball goes down. Claw's outpost is getting munched. It's kind of run its course though, right? He's not going anywhere other than green. So, yeah, this is kind of fine in my eyes. Have we had any attacks on the main base in North? Now that we're dealing with... We're only at 40%, so like the South are dealing with double the percentage. And then Ling throws again. 83, we've gone up 2% with that throw. Yeah. How are we looking on research, right? What are we... Follower robot for north, military 3 and yellow signs. Meanwhile, the south, laser turrets. But we're far away from lasers being finished. Oh, and people are getting monstered at the moment. Although this is huge. If this power block even gets halfway blown up, which it looks like it will be. And these are mediums. These aren't, they're not dealing with big bugs yet. This is a big deal. If they lose these power blocks, that's massive. So the North are having to deal with some problems. Because your base is ticking over quite nicely, but if you end up in like blue, you end up on like brown power, red power. Interesting. This is a development here for the North, a negative one. And again, it's that part of the base, the side of the base is still open too. Tiamat's goes down, and he's up in the outpost as well. Are they being attacked? No, they're okay. And there's we talked earlier on about needing a lot of copper. Look at this. This is Copper City. This. That's not greedy. It's necessary. To get to a rocket at the very least, which I don't think we're gonna see. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a large amount of power to go down here. Luckily, they've moved on towards bots. Does Josip have anything to defend here? Do you have any bullets? Okay, here we go. Let's see. They're only 40%. They're not that bad. Here we go. So this is going to be our laser builder. I think this will be a laser builder for the south. So maybe if they can get these down early, protect themselves obviously, and keep their power up. Defense is bad. I think it's taking them too long. Do they have oil for this? No, they're out of range. Fuck. Did move these to here. Ah. And Cognitive Fun has just had like a single bug squatting in the base. Or two, sorry, two bosses just squatting in the base. Can't do anything about it. It's far too strong. Developer got lasers out. The lasers have no upgrades, but this is a great sign for the north. Power is power is an issue. Does that knock onto these guys? It does. So everything's connected. This is connected to main, which is having problems. We're browning out just every now and again, just a slight dip into the brown power. It doesn't look like much, but over the course of like, yeah, a couple of minutes, 10 minutes, you're certainly losing production there. We have a dedicated wall builder, you'd love to see it. Finally, this side of that base has gone down, meanwhile the side of north hasn't. And we're just sticking in north to purple spam, it looks like. These are the areas I'm most concerned about, not just because they've been broken into, but at 1 hour and 30 minutes into a game like this, the wall needs to be thicker than this. It needs to be at least kind of 3 deep, I guess you want to call it that. Maybe 4 if you can afford it. This all kind of runs back down to stuff like this. You can grab this little patch here and a little patch here, and in between those two build some stone smelting into bricks, into walls. You can do that from the moment the game starts, literally. In fact, if we have a game 2, I implore one of you, if you are watching, and obviously nobody that plays the game watches the stream, right? Somebody prioritize walls. It's really important, as you're finding out now by being stressed having to defend for your lives. But we do look to see some laser production potentially. And Cognitive is just having no. Ah, got you. It's in the brick smelting. Yeah, got you, got you. It's one of those ones where, yeah, I just any new player. Oh, I mean, they've gotten comfortable, haven't they, the North? And so obviously the players are good enough to ward against this, but it's still a problem. You're still dealing with bugs which you don't, at this point in the game, want to be dealing with. A wall should be repelling them. And them being here isn't a problem, but them being kind of like, you know, like we said just now, on top of your power, or even worse, on top of some kind of production block, yeah, you're going to have a bad time. However, Lucky Stones managed to have rebounded. Max is still fighting it out. What are they researching this? This must be Mill, right? Yeah, military. They're doing physical projectile damage 4. Okay. I mean, why? Do any of you guys know the answer to this? Projectile shooting speed doesn't affect lasers. Or am I completely wrong on that? I thought projectile shooting was purely just guns and gun turrets. You know, this area of the research. And these guys. There's no way, there's absolutely no way. Because it's an energy weapon. It just takes the energy weapon upgrades. Are they going to go for like projectile 5? Projectile speed 4? Okay, nice. Alright, we've got a pattern down and a thickened wall. And hopefully we'll get some roboports down here to help our robotic friends get involved in all of this. The upsides, okay, yeah, fair enough. Don't know who you are, Jimmy50. But you somehow have managed to pull this. You need to get, boys, alright, if I'm south, let's just hypothetically saying I'm south. I would be imploring them to get their shit together. You've also got modules on the belt, mate. Oh no, it's cool, they're getting taken off. I would implore my guys to spread the roboports out, spread the network across, and yeah. They're so close to doing something good here. You know, you could chest that yellow and just fight back with it. But that's a great look. So they have almost everything. They have almost every science going into the labs now. Or a little bit of everything, sorry, not almost everything, a little bit of everything. But they're also fighting bugs inside their base. So if they can defend correctly, they should take a massive lead in research, but their base is just non-existent in areas. Oh boys, get your robots out here, lads. What are we doing? You don't even need to connect the network. Put a roboport down here, yeah, on this pylon, and then stick a load of bots in it, and let them build this, and then just move it across one, and move it across one. And keep doing that until your wall is done. Because I agree, it should be this big. That much we're in agreement. Yeah, this is tense, man. I didn't expect to see the North to be under so much pressure, especially. And that hit to the power block early definitely has had an impact across the whole map here. Every single player's base is connected to this power block, this set of power blocks, as well as this opening power block too, but like this is fueling everything. The entire map is being fueled by that power block, and it got hit, and it's not been rebuilt. That worries me deeply. Developer, an entire base with no power built, right? This guy is taking power off of me. Obviously for laser, that's fine, but like not even a small amount. This base. This is all they've built to fuel all of this. Right, so if you don't protect this thing here properly, obviously, and rebuild it properly, obviously, we're moving at half speed. Power's getting worse because they're continuing to build. They're continuing to expand, although they're already in the negative. That purple spam will come out slower. Have they spotted it? Tech stage, great question. The North are going for speed 2s, rocket fuels, uranium, and nuclear power. Meanwhile, the South they're going for lab research speed, prod 3s, concrete. They could go for a rocket. I'm worried, mate. I'm so worried. They're close to getting behemoths. They don't have the wolves that can hold behemoths back. No, they're constantly having to replace and rebuild this because the blueprint is fundamentally incorrect. The flamers are too close to the wall, which means they're dying often. You're constantly replacing flamers. For instance, over here, there was a point where they had everything down, but every single flamer had been killed off. So the bug just walked in. Here, look at this. They've just been fought off. Oh, 1 second, cat. Oh my god, sorry about this, guys. I think my cat's throwing up a furball. Not the nicest thing. Oh no, Prox. Right, bear with me. I just need to go and see where he is and make sure he's okay. He's a very, very old cat, and I just want to make sure he's good, you know? It's colder today. Oh no. Yeah, let me go and check on him. He's been coughing up furballs all week, so it's probably that, but he's just made a sound. South is so... Mate, look at this. This is perfect. Beaconed labs, prod moduled labs, right? Everything is amazing, apart from the fact that their defense is just non-existent. And yeah, their defense just looks grim. Like, here, finally, the wall is thick enough. They can defend. They don't have to be here. I'd love to see more flamers. You know, we have them, I think. Well, somebody has them. But yeah, like, look at this. Areas of abundance followed by areas of absolute negligence. Like, you're going to lose. You're going to lose the game. You're going to lose things like this, things you don't want to lose. Imagine if a single yellow science builder dies. Yeah, no worries. I'm just going to have a quick check for him to make sure he's okay. I'm sure he's fine. But he's been coughing up furballs, and I feel bad for him. So, yeah, I'm going to zoom out. Like, I'll do a full map zoom out. I'm sorry about this, but I'll be back in about a minute, maybe a bit less. Okay, he's fine. He's just yowling because my dog sat on him. Oh my god. Do I have him up in my Twitch profile? I swear I put him up. Or maybe the file was too big. Can you guys, if you scroll down, can you see? Oh yeah, there he is. Yes, if you scrolled underneath the video, you'll see a little picture of my old man. He's great. He's the fluffiest cat you could possibly imagine. He's been around for a long time now. So, yeah, if you hear meowing or yowling, that's him. He's fine. He takes massive offense to my dog sleeping where he wants to sleep. So, effectively, my dog's curled up in where he normally sleeps on the sofa, and he's just started yowling at him. Oh, God. But yeah, all right. let's tick things off. The North positively have mixers that look to build towards a rocket. We see here now lines of LDS. Yeah, he's just not happy. He's a very obstinate cat. It's like, why are you doing this? Their main base is just about spam, really. So far, anyway. They've been building purple. I don't know if they've been researching with purple. No. So the North is way behind on actual research, unless people are like putting the purple into labs. Meanwhile, on the South, I love this. This is absolutely amazing. For this time in the game, apart from the fact that your bugs have been pumped up massively, this is amazing. It's fantastic. You've beaconed your labs and you've modded them. This is top quality. You know, yellow's coming out at a decent speed, and you know, you have ambition to continue building, to continue smelting, even though you've had an adverse existence in certain parts of your defense. You know, some of this doesn't exist at the moment. You're looking to put some lasers down. You already have some upgrades on your lasers as well. And have they fixed power yet? Okay, power's been slightly fixed. That's good news. And they are defending power as well. Brilliant. Because if you're going to build all this stuff out here, why not protect it, right? It's a really long... I mean, we're talking about front lines earlier on, right? The box that the North have to defend in. If they ever get like science sent against the North, they have to defend this compared to the South's this. And I know which front line I'd prefer to fight on. Although, the one thing that people never make use of in Maine, they don't build a rocket in Maine. So could we see Jimmy, the captain of South, Jimmy 50, he's going for it, isn't he? He is absolutely going for it. We're going to see a Maine-based rocket. Boys, if you're on the South, please get some walls and fill this in. You're so close to winning the game, it's unfucking real. But you cannot win not defending. If anybody's listening, get your defenses down. I'm not the referee today. I'm an impartial spectator, but like, I want them to do it. I want them to come from behind and get that single rocket and smash. Although now we're dealing with behemoths, the game has evolved the bugs into the most egregious state they can exist in. And guys, serious. This needed to be done 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. All of this. You know, do we have Roboport coverage? This is great. This is awesome. Fantastic. You've got loads of flamers just here. They're not just going to attack here. They can come here as well. All the way down this place. And these are big bugs. Behemoths are nightmarish to deal with. So yeah, maybe the South have just slightly mistimed themselves and actually... yeah. What a great build though. I'm going to have to watch this back because all things considered, all things being equal, I would rather be on the South if the Evo was the North's Evo, right? So if the game state was equal, so if they're at 40, we're at 40, I'd be on South all day long, 100%. The North have this massive outpost and they're going for a rocket, that's great. I think the South have got this, but they don't have the relevant walls. They've been sniped. They were green rushed, to be fair. They were green rushed, and then they got purple rushed. That's kind of the tale of the game, right? They got sniped, and both occasions they were sniped, they just weren't ready for that, what was coming at them. So yeah. And the thing is, this is where the defenses are good, you know? We have some lasers down with some upgrades, but it's not enough. It's not enough. And again, like, look how slow this bug is going down. When there's like 20 of them, that's when it becomes difficult. You know, when there's a whole pack of them, that's when it becomes insane. Right. And at the moment, we're just seeing individual bosses. We're not seeing the full weight and might of a pack of behemoths. He's still alive. Look how slow this is. You need your poison capsules at this point. You need to stack damage on top of him. He's a boss, fair play. He's only 95%. You know, if they eventually do get to a rocket and you stall this out, they're going to be like 110, 120%. You know, again, the flamers being too close, getting spat on. Lasers, I believe the laser production for South was going to be this. I'm like almost certain that this was a laser prod. They're trying to now cram that into main, which they have done, to be fair. They're 47. Boys, grab these, please. Holy shit. Red Race. This is the Lucky Stone Outpost as well. These guys were doing lasers too, I believe. Yeah, here we go. They've only built 11 of them. They've just been rushed, man. Like, the South have been rushed off their feet. They got hit with an early... And somebody just said it in chat, North is basically TSG, which is like a competitive pre-made stack, effectively. I'm not saying the game is stacked, but yeah, Jesus, man. I wonder what kind of game we'd be seeing if there was a slightly less aggressive play, or if you combine some of these outposts, because we had one here, Q-Krat's out here doing something as well. Imagine if we just combined forces. You have your main base and your main base players, and then one really large effort out on the edge to go, right, we're going to be nuclear, we're going to be lasers, we're going to be defense and power, right? And that's what we will do together. So you guys do your laser build, I'll do my nuke build, but we'll be here together to help defend against each other as well. But yeah, Jimmy, man. Jimmy 50. Let me look him up. Not seen this player before. Yeah. 72% win rate. He's a good player. Rank 37 as well. Decent. Must be new. Or hasn't played for a while, maybe. That's probably where I'll go with this. Might be new or hasn't played for a while. I rate this. I'll say it again. I highly rate this. They haven't really put a step wrong. There was a little bit of arguing. Somebody got kicked off the team at one point because they were disagreeing, and it just, yeah. It was a disjointed effort. And Lucky Stone goes down. We never really got to see what they had to offer. They were like a little bit close to lasers and they got smashed. A little close to bots and they got smashed. Hey, King of Gugu, nice to see you back, mate. Yeah, I've been IRL stuff. I am now an owner of a house. I move in August. And yeah, as far as I'm aware, they have fiber there. They have a really good internet connection. But I've just been doing things like, I need to get lawyers involved. I need to get like a mortgage estimator. Well, I have already got one. And it's really depressing finding out that you're not worth billions and billions and billions of pounds. So it was slightly depressing learning that I couldn't borrow the money that I wanted to borrow. So yeah, I did that, and then because of that, and I knew it would be stressful, I took some time off work because I didn't want to be working and dealing with that at the same time. I've earned the weeks I've taken off, don't get me wrong. And yeah, mate, I have my own place. You know, if down the line there are, you know, there's room for mini ghosties, baby ghosties to come along, if that's, you know, the way that I want to kind of move forward in my life. And it's out in the countryside, it's far away from all of this shithole fucking tower block bullshit. So yeah, I'm happy, man. Oh, they're making the hole wider. Oh, what a nightmare. What a nightmare. Such a shame. The blue chips have no output. They're running this back to the silo that we have. Yeah, this is actually quite interesting. So main base effectively was going to be the lead build. I don't know. I don't see it. These bugs, man. Boo-hoo. Oh dear. I've been talking about it with the missus. Like we've been speaking. Like I'm not saying right now, obviously, but in time, you know. What's great is it's in the countryside. It's not like fully countryside. I'm not like a country gentleman or anything, but it's out in the sticks. My dog's got like a forest it can run around in. It's just awesome, mate. And I can travel as well, so I can still work I can still work in London. It's just about a 40-minute train ride in. I'm fine with that. So and it'll have problems, mate. There'll be that one arsehole neighbour. I don't mind, mate. I don't care. Chicken meow main. You guys have got some great memories. What a great fucking... Hey, somebody reminded me of oven soup the other day. It's gonna happen, boys. Seriously. I have dreams. A man can dream. Ah, this is such a shame for Lucky Stone. But then, did any outpost on the south spam back? Like, I feel like they got hit with a bit of green and there was nobody else really building for spam. Also, coincidentally, there was nobody really, there's nobody really that went to Threat Farm and survived long enough to stay there. Oh mate, a rocket would detonate north, absolutely. And I'll give you a recap as well because it's been an interesting one. Initially, the north built their production, you know, the opening part of the map, very quickly and got to red-green fast. However, the south have got this weird, I don't know, there's a mall here, but there's also like your traditional mall here. It's weird, mate. I don't know why they did this. I might ask Jimmy afterwards, but they have 2 malls and I don't get it. Like, normally you just have one and allocate your resources accordingly. And then all of a sudden we've got like, like green signs being built and mill signs, and it doesn't make any sense. Like, but they got to mill and blue faster. No comment. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Mostly because I'm going to be going in like super early and getting out super early. So whatever the earliest train is, like the 4 o'clock in the morning train, I'll be on that. And then about the 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I'll be coming home. So yeah, I'm fine with it, mate. Stick a podcast on. I might even watch back some Biter Battles. That's on brand, isn't it? So the South got ahead, but they've had problems from their defense from the word go. They have not had a good, strong defense. The North, meanwhile, have their outpost, which is Carl and Fire and Jason and all these guys, and Tio, and they've obviously just pushed for a rocket, right? They went for a purple spam first, and then they moved into what we traditionally know as these endgame mix builds that eventually will, lead us to a rocket. The reason they got here was because Dr. Claw had a spam outpost that pushed the south very early on. That's proper rush hour, that. Yeah, not a chance. I'll just take the day off and be like, oh, I've got COVID. Yeah, no way. I'm looking forward to it. What I think I did in my 20s, I wanted to work as long, as hard, and as much as possible, and like drain myself and wear myself out, and it was like a badge of honor to be sleepless and exhausted. And I don't really want to do that anymore. I've got the right kind of network of people where I can get jobs when I need them. I can also cook if I have to. There are restaurants around where I live where I can hand my CV in and say, look, you can bring me in on short notice and I'll cook for you. I'm pretty good, I'm not gonna lie, in that respect. So Waterloo or City Line, oh mate. Yeah, luckily all my current all of my current kind of, it's all internal, which I don't mind, but I try to like snipe super early trains, just get where I need to go, sit in a coffee shop for half an hour if I have to. But yeah, the South have been, I mean, how are their bots going? Do they have a large bot network? It's wild how they haven't pushed their roboports out to the edge of their existing wall. Nothing is being replaced. That's wild, man. That is wild. We are super breached. The RCUs that the South have. Oh wait, what? No, don't feed this. What are we doing? Don't feed this. You need your prod 3s. Come on, boys. Fundamentals. Like, don't waste items, man. Like... Also, some of the RCUs are stuck in this LDS train. Like, split this up, lads. Come on. You're hurting yourself. I class this as self-harm. Look, it's just moving and then it's fucking not. Oh, no. Okay. What happens when the LDS boxes are full? Which will happen, by the way. Oh my god, this is tragic. The walls have been breached. That is a great shout. Let me check, because it is unfortunate, isn't it? The silo, they're saying 159 rocket. Did that mean the rocket silo, or does that mean a rocket in the silo? Because don't build rocket without Prod 3. Yeah, I was going to say, God, we don't want to waste all the stuff that we've built. Halfway done? Maybe a bit more? Just over the halfway mark? They might be on for a 159 rocket silo. But I don't think, nah, it's like a 2 hour and 3 or 2 hour and 2. Yeah, this is what you need to do. Kite them, slow them, keep them busy. At the moment, they don't respawn, which is great. Or they don't revive, sorry, which is great. But, sideswipe, oh dear. And the thing is, these guys are tanky enough to go all the way through. This isn't just a case of, oh yeah, you know, they'll survive 1 or 2 players bumping into them. You know, they absolutely can end this game. This group here of bugs can end the game right now. There's nothing protecting this silo other than players, and that's it. Am I seriously seeing speed modules in the call? What is this? I've seen some stuff today, boys. We need to go over this. What is this? Let's just check in on our RCUs, right? Are we missing anything? Or blue chips, to be fair. Yeah, I'm a loss for words. I mean, to be fair, the North have a positive threat now, but yeah, this wave, this could be it. If people don't get onto this quick. So why didn't the South expand Roboport? Because they've got 1 Roboported area here. That's it. They don't have Roboports across their wall. They don't have Roboports moving anywhere out beyond this point. They built 4 or 5 Roboports and that's it. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Roboports. I'm really confused. I don't want to feel like an idiot here. And I might be missing the point, but you're not going to defend your base with 8 Roboports. And you can't expand your base with 8 Roboports either. You need them here, on the wall. You need about 100 of them, maybe 150. Now, fair play, Jimmy's done a really good job here. I just worry that by locking into this area effectively and getting this to be as good as it has been, we've neglected this. And you don't really get to keep hold of it. I mean, you can build it. It's like a sandcastle. You can build it, but the waves are coming, right? You need to build stuff around it to keep you safe. And at this point in the game, at this percentage evolved, flamers aren't enough. And yeah, neither, but the lack of existence of lasers too. Fundamentally, there's been a misplay here, I feel. And I think it started here. I think it started with a separate smelting line and a separate production line that just took resources away from main. Think about what this could be. You know, this backed up steel line, you know, this copper, this all of this iron could go somewhere. It could go and become the stuff that you're missing. It could be turned into your Roboports. It could be turned into your walls. It could be turned into, yeah, all of the stuff that we're missing. I think that's where this began. This began at the very beginning of the game, and I noticed it initially because I saw like everything was moving laterally, right? So everything was going in this direction. Literally. I mean, it's here, the smelting. Boom. And then as they were building that up, I start to see vertical. I was like, what's this all about? This must be some new next level. It was these smelters, sorry, these new, like this is different. Why are we taking different patches and moving them through different smelting arrays? It's fine if you're doing that with stone, by the way. Build as many stone smelters as you want because you need the bricks, as we can clearly see. But I feel like this part of the map is suffocated. And for what? 800 military science and 700 green science, it's not done what you want it to. Yeah, this classic misuse of resources. And again, the person that's done this is no longer playing in main. They got kicked from main. Now, I'm not saying just because you've made this play doesn't mean that you've lost your team in the game, but what it means is that you have to firstly rip this up if you need to reuse this, or you need to reroute it and turn it all off. This is taking power that you don't need to be spending. This is taking resources that you don't need to be spending. And all of that could be going into this, for instance, endgame builds. It could have been going into getting you to bots quicker. It could have been going here, you know, getting you closer to lasers, or even, yeah, like robots and roboports. Fundamentally, I think there's been a flaw here, and that's it. I'm putting my hat on this for now. It's not one person's fault, by the way, but I do believe in a game that has, you know, equal player numbers, misrepresenting the resources you have or misappropriating the resources you have into areas where you don't need them puts you in positions like this. And it's a shame. It's a real shame. Now, how close are North to a rocket? Bloody miles away, aren't they? We've gone past the 159. I said 202, 203. I think I'm on the money on this one, on the research coming in. Although we're lacking somewhat on... no, is it? Military Sci, which is in a box. Sag. It's all going wrong. And the bugs are getting closer. Oh dear. It's all going on. It's all going wrong. The lasers are barely upgraded as well. They haven't had a chance to upgrade them because they've been focusing on the silo research. At this point, even if they were to build a rocket and send the white science, their base is so riddled with problems that it wouldn't make a difference. They are now kind of... the echoes of their prior mistakes are now kind of waving back at them. They are using capsules well, to be fair, and they are keeping themselves alive, but for every wave you keep in the base kiting, there's another backing up coming in. So you're not dealing with... North Main is... have they finally walled themselves up? It's not great, but they're not dealing with very evolved bugs. They're also not particularly bothered, really, about attacks or spam. And yeah, they're just slowly ticking in towards endgame, you know. The outpost out here is still building spam. And yeah, we're seeing LDS being built. We have the beginnings of RCUs. That's them. That's them on top of your... Oh, that's too close for comfort. That's far too close for comfort. What can you do? With prod 3s in and items being filtered in, we're at 11 out of 100 parts for a rocket. Bear in mind as well, you need to build the satellite too. But this is rough. This is rough. And somebody is also repairing the silo too, which is fantastic, but like, I don't see it. Even if you build a single rocket and send it, you've lost your base. Your base is compromised now. You have what you have and that's it. And again, because you don't have the vast Roboport or Robo's coverage, you don't improve on this. We're just right here and this is what we have. And it's not enough. It's not even close. It's a fair effort though. That's one thing I would say from Jimmy and his team. It's been a very strong effort. I wonder had they kept maybe... If South win, this will go down as probably the best like flipped game you could possibly imagine. If for some reason or other they manage this, I don't think they will, but if they do, yeah, then this could be crowned or hailed as a modern day great game. You know, genuinely, I don't see it happening. It's not impossible, but it's improbable. People are just getting absolutely monstered, aren't they? And again, look, the North Evolution state hasn't changed for a long time. They've had no pressure put on them. Jimmy sent 13 blue jugs. The last serious send that went over to them was at the 99-minute mark. So 1 hour and 30. We're at the 2 hour and 5 minutes. So for 35 minutes, the North have had nothing sent to them. They've just existed at this one state, and that's it. So sometimes you need to be offensive. Sometimes you need to send a bit of a warning shot, increase the pressure, push the pressure, because it bleeds people dry. Like, think about this. Cognitive had a base out here. That's an hour's worth of effort. They got bled dry. It then demoralizes the player because the player has lost all of their effort. And all of a sudden they're working at half capacity, or they just don't really want to play anymore because they got sniped. All of these things, like demoralizing your opponent, obviously that's not something what Cognitive would do. Cognitive's a fantastic player, but what I am saying is that pushing pressure onto people, making them uncomfortable, doesn't give them the game they want. They get the game that they deserve. And sometimes the game that they deserve is to be crushed. Now, I'm not saying that they deserve to be crushed, but what I'm saying is that if you leave yourself open to be sniped, or are obviously going for a late game build, and somebody else is going for like green spam or mill spam or whatever, you can be unhinged from that position easily. And it's why these guys out here work so well together, is that when they are attacked, or when eventually the threat becomes positive, they actively work to fight the threat and fight off the incoming bugs. They have a system, I guess, down of who does what. And you only really get that from playing with somebody for a long time. You don't just get that from existing in the server with some random players. But yeah, we've run up RCUs at 56 out of 100. Poor balance. That's over here, right? This thing. Disgusting. Absolute filth. How many lanes? 1, 2, 3. 18 layers of balance. Oh, terrible. Right, RCUs have been turned back on again. They are slowly but surely moving back to the silo. We're at 59 out of 100 built. LDS is healthy. The rocket fuel is healthy. They have enough here to build a few rockets. What they don't have, though, is safety. They're not safe at all. And even here we can see that in some of the ore processing is being hit, which will cut off a lot of the ore from being processed. And the RCUs have an entire wave of behemoths on top of them. We have Beacon. The power is dead, boys. A gallant effort in defense. You always want to defend to the end. Yeah, you don't want to just give up and roll over and say that's it. But yeah, the flame that is the chance that the South have to win is flickering. And I believe that it's not going to be too long till it's snuffed out. Overall, though, very good game. Very good game. And I can't wait to see more of Jimmy 50 play. That guy has, he has a good idea. That might be somebody I need to pick for my captain's game for sure. And it's not like, by the way, I don't just pick the strongest players. It's playstyle. That's what I look for. So I'm going to put together a team. I don't want to pick like the 20 best players on the server because I won't get them in my team, right? I need to pick people that do very specific jobs. For instance, if I get Lower Dark on my team, I know he's a bit of a steel god. So he's going to be doing anything steel related. Come on, boys. It's a belt. Why are we cutting belts? It's super obvious, boys. Look, here's all the RCUs you need. It doesn't matter anyway. Well, at the 2 hour and 9 mark, the 159 rocket team, also known as South, have behemoths on top of their rocket silo, and try as they might, at 68 out of 100 rocket parts built, one away from having a really nice rocket, it dies. And with it, the hopes and dreams of the Southern team explode. GG's are typed in chat, as always, because that's what it is. It's just a game, guys. We all had fun. Some more than others. Just Bob died 12 times. You think he had fun? Probably. It's just a game. Who cares? It did not. I believe this was going to be the... Oh, someone's at my door. 1 second. Okay, is there another game? I'm down for a second game. So yeah, thanks for joining me. I'm gonna stick around and do the next one. I think. I don't know if it's not a captain's, I won't stick around. But if it is, I will. I love doing the captain's games because you get to see kind of different ideas, different builds, etc. And at 2 hour mark as well, I feel like that ended just before it got good. We saw a rocket almost get built. Like, literally almost get there. So yeah. It did. It really did. And do you know what? You had grand ambition with this outpost and Cog's outpost and what this was. I don't know what this was going for. But Jesus. If you play again, just a hot tip. If you get onto stone patches, get them seriously, get them early, get them into your wall production as soon as you can. That honestly is a killer for some teams because being spammed isn't the problem. Eventually that evolution will go up and up and up naturally anyway. And even if they spam, the best they can do at the early game is green. The best way you counter that is just walls and grenades, right? Build yourself up a decent sized box, maybe nothing massive, but with the understanding that down the line, you'll be able to move those walls with bots or build a bigger wall with bots down the line. But yeah, fundamentally, nobody really got onto walls until it was too late. And then they're getting through gaps which shouldn't be there. Oh, hey, Christy. I have been very, very busy. I bought a house. I've been doing lots of IRL stuff, so I've been offline for about 5 weeks now, I think. 4 or 5 weeks. So this is the first official day back. And I thought, what better thing to do than to cast some bite battles and chat to some of these lovely people. But yeah, what a shame of a game. And imagine, had the green spam not happened, you would have gotten to that rocket. Because that Jimmy build, and I want to analyze and break that down. I want to screenshot it and have a look at what, the different levels it got to. So, the initial processing and then the next bit of production. Theo, nice to have you with us, mate. No, I've not been streaming, dude. I've been away for 5 weeks. I had to get a lawyer and I had to get a mortgage advisor and then talk to my bank and then fill out a load of legal paperwork and I bought a house. It's great. I can't wait to move in. I can't move in right away, but August, I'm shifting everything out and I'm finally moving out of the city as well. And I can't wait. Yeah, Teo, good game, man. Good game. That, honestly, South had so much potential and it was on a knife edge to becoming awesome. And then it just didn't. It just went. How many years? I'm locked in for a long, long time. But mate, the mortgage is ridiculously cheap. I kid you not. With the amount of money I can save from owning my own property. The worst thing about it is that when the bank tell you how much they think you're worth, it hit me in a part of my ego I didn't realize it would. We think you can borrow, and again, I'm not going to out myself here, but it's not a lot. I'm not spending 400 grand on a house or anything like that. That's ridiculous. This is my first, outside of renting, this is the first time I've ever owned a property. And yeah, they came back with a very low, a very low amount. But luckily, I'm out in the countryside, and the house is lovely, mate. It's 2 beds, 1 bath, and I've got a garden. It's 2 stories. There's mate, literally on the back of where I live, there's a forest. Literally, there's a massive forest. When I went there and visited, there was fucking squirrels and bunny rabbits running around. And for my little dog, mate, we think you can borrow it. You owe us money. The fact that you're physically here now talking to us, you're wasting our time. You owe us £100,000. It's terrible, mate. But luckily, I found something that's in my range, and they've got fibre out there. There's a rail network links to all over, up, down, north, south. It's not far from London, so if I need to come in, I can. And I'm not in a tower block full of nutters. I'm going to be in some little village, town area where, the thing that might annoy me is that there's a neighbour that doesn't like I've cut my hedge a certain way. Or they might get upset that I had a barbecue and they can smell the barbecue. I don't give a shit about that. I'm not going to be antisocial, but, it's my place, man. I want to paint the walls. I want to hang photos up, my space. Yeah. There's bushes and stuff in the garden. I want to plant stuff. I want to plant veg. I want to grow stuff. I want to get like a little greenhouse. Honestly, mate, I'm so excited. I've been wanting to do this just before COVID hit. I was saving and saving and saving. I was looking at places and I was just wondering, how do I get out of London without getting caught in that rental trap where you move somewhere and then all of a sudden you're just back into renting off another landlord and paying somebody else's mortgage. And I was almost about to pull the pin on it, and then COVID hit, and I was like, well, where I am is cheap, and I don't mind it, and it's fine. Like it's okay. And over time, it's gotten worse, and the area's gotten worse. And yeah, it's time to go. It's time to go. So yeah, I am. Maybe I'll do like a house tour without doxing myself when I get there, just to show off my new digs. I've got a place for my guitars, so I can literally have my guitars out in the open, so I can like just plug them in and play them. How cool is that? At the moment, they're all fucking in a cupboard because I don't have the space for them. I could have my amps out. I can put my mountain bike in my garage, so I can go out biking and stuff. Oh, mate, I'm so looking forward to this. Again, there's risk with it, but I think it's you. Void Train, major update and catching up. Hang on a second, sorry, my music's dead. I'm getting questions about Void Train and installation types. It's a new build, for what it's worth. I think it's you. I have been told this. I've been told this, but I've had my head scrambled from a load of different bits and pieces. So I'll tell you what, rather than me guessing, what I'll do is I'll pull the specs up off stream and I'll ping you what I've got. I'm not going to tell you where I am, no offense, but yeah, I'm so excited. Here we go. What about this music? No, that's terrible music. I've heard that before. That's awful. Let's search for this. Has YouTube changed as well? Every time I type something in, I get like a different result, and then I get loads of random results I didn't ask for. Come on, not this. Sorry. I'm just scrolling through playlists. Then we can have a chat. Okay, re-download. I don't want to buy your vape pens. Awesome, right. So yeah, I'll get the specs for you in terms of like square meters and all that jazz. It's gas hob, mate. Oh, I love a gas hob. I've been on electric for too long, like the fucking caveman that I am. Is this on? Is it loud? It doesn't matter. We're in between games anyway, so that's fine. The schedule is every Saturday. So for the last 2 years, I've been the referee of the captain's game. Because of stuff in real life, like buying a house, I haven't streamed for 5 weeks now. 4 and 5 weeks, I think. It feels like a little bit longer. But every Saturday, there is a captain's game, or multiple captain's games if they don't last very long. And that's where I'd say like 90% of the community will come and play or watch that game. And there's Sunday games as well, apparently. I'm always going to be streaming, as long as I'm not, there might be a week where I'm moving house, but I'm always normally here. And we've grown it really nicely, you know, the numbers are slowly getting bigger and bigger. We also host 1v1 tournaments. And if you have a look at, do I still have this on my thing? Right, let me get you Thursday. Interesting. I think we should have them as often as possible, without obviously, you know, making it seem like that's all we do. Here we go. Right, let's type in. If you want to watch any previous games or any of the special games, so we have like guest teams come and play us, that all of the videos will end up here. And the same as the game that just happened now and the game that we're about to see, they'll go up onto that channel too. And like I said, mate, like new players, old players, players that have, you know, come and gone, and it's been a year or two since they played. There's a space for everyone in this. So, not captain's games are a lot more casual. I'd say that for sure. You can kind of do whatever you want, as long as you're not trolling, obviously. But if you want to make like an outpost that just makes red spam, you don't have to be told what to do. You can just get into the game. So say, for instance, like for this, you can go, oh, do you know what? I like this patch here. It's got coal, copper, la la. I'll build my smelting over here, and I'm just going to make grenades. That's all I want to do. I'm literally just going to make grenades, and that's it. You can do that. Whereas with these captains games, both captains have like a stat. In fact, let me pull one last thing up for you. Sorry, mate, I'm throwing a lot of stuff at you, but I really like the fact that we have all of these nerdy, stats websites and stuff. This is the current tracker for captains, so that you can see who like the most winning captain is, or which player plays best with, those kind of things. How many times people have refereed? I've definitely refereed more than 20 times, by the way. It's just this website has been created. Yeah, there's about 2 years worth of it. So, thank you, man. Thank you. I'm really, really excited, dude. Do you know what it was? I was looking and looking and looking, and there was that fucking horrendous sword attack it was East London, wasn't it? It's not far from where I am. And I was like, if I don't go now, I'm never going to go, and I need to go. So, I'm out. And I talked to my missus. 7th most referee. I'm talking to the 7th best referee. Congratulations. I'm up there. I'm definitely the number one there. I've been doing this for like 2 years now, including the 1v1 tournaments as well. So I've got a couple of hundred of those under my belt. But it's not about stats. It's all about being here and just having a bit of fun. And again, thank you, Rafe. It's because the website was built about 6 months ago. Yeah, don't worry about it. Fordeca knows who the real referee is. And it's me. Now, that's fine. I'm also was, at one point, the best player on the server. So, right, since we're in this holding pattern, and we're just waiting for another game to start, Jimmy 50 is the fastest rocket. Mate, wait, because bear with me on this. I saw him go as captain, and I was really worried that we'd picked a new player. You know how sometimes new players end up as captains randomly? Or they've got like 10 games, and they're like, I know what to do, and then like after a half an hour, they just leave. I was really worried. And then he started picking weirdly. He didn't pick like Carl or... do you know what I mean? There was some odd team picks. And then boom, it got to near the end of the game before they had Behemoths, and I'm like, hang on a minute, this guy's crazy fast. But he got sidelined though, man. Somebody built in his base like a second smelting and line and mall. I think that slowed him down. But that Jimmy guy is fucking good, man. I kid you not. And I'm not just saying that to pump his tires up. That was like, there's no way this is a new player. This has to be a Smurf. And then, yeah, but none of us worked it out. So he's the fastest rocket builder in biter battles. Because they named their team 159. And I was like, that's either a meme of, something I don't know about, or that's a genuine, we're beating this. Southwood main to the left and mall on the right. Yeah, I thought somebody was not trolling, but I thought somebody had their own idea and were like, I'm going to take all this over here. And yeah, okay, right. 150 is mental. I think the main build is included more. Okay, yeah. It seemed weird, because obviously, as you guys know, having 2 malls, you're not going to need that much stuff. You just obviously need the box to. You just need the box to fill up effectively. So Jimmy's saying he doesn't want to captain on this map because of the map itself. Yeah, the lakes are in the way. Uranium's super close though. I'm getting kicked. Okay, let's take a look at this map. Uranium again, very close. Oil, very close as well. Lakes. Although you could build a solid base here. I can host a... Oh, are we doing... This is a captain's game, I think. Yeah, no worries, mate. Thank you for joining us. And again, mate, every week now, until I move house, I'm back. So I'm still going to be working and stuff, but there's only one. There's only 1 week I'll have where I'll just be in a van driving in and out. So yeah, Void Train. Yeah, I'm down, mate. I'm down. I've been very, very busy recently, so I've been juggling lots of stuff. And that's something I need to do now before the game starts. I'm going to grab some food really quickly. So I'm going to go and make a sandwich or something, and I'll be back 2 minutes. I might go and pet my dog. I'll be back in like 2 or 3 minutes. But just as we get the teams picked and captains, picked and all that jazz. Is it a special kind of concrete though, Tech Priest? As we have our resident concrete technologist? Or is it just your bog standard concrete like they make out of pavements and it's just a brick? Oh, fair play. Is that why when what do you call it? When a washing machine when it starts to rattle and shake, is that because the concrete brick is gone to pieces? You know what I mean? You know when it looks like they're about to explode and they're like properly shaking about, and like the tumbler starts to. That's got to have something concrete related, right? And I feel like because we didn't have any uranium last map, we now have uranium. Look at that, 2 million. The brick's saving them from exploding. Right. I'm going to make food. We will continue this washing machine-based conversation when I'm back. I just need to make a sandwich. I'm just a little hungry. So, yeah, bear with. And game 2. Let's go. Uranium belt incoming. Absolutely. Can you hear the music, by the way? I don't think I've picked a particularly good. Let's sack this off. We did drum and bass at the end of last game. We'll do it again for the next one, but for now, we're going to find something else to listen to. Okay, so let me just take this off. We've done house. We did disco. We've done drum and bass. What else? We've done rock. We've done punk. Funk music. Yeah, let's go. It's a funky kind of day. Oh, and didn't somebody mention banjo type music? Steel string guitar. Can't get a map that's viable. Here we go. I don't want that kind of cat food. This is chill enough. Ooh, uranium is... I mean, it's close enough. Jimmy's gotten Carl, Stick, and Califer early. What? I have to get good. That's fine. What I will do one stream is I'll turn all the music off, and then we'll just do like game sounds. I like this game. This game already is quite interesting. So Hydra's in South with the Soldier and Pavev, Space Dog being the captain. North, Jimmy, Stick, Carl, and Califer. That's really strong. Opening 8 players to be picked. Interesting. I wonder which way they go here, because Hydra is technically an outposter, really, at heart. And also North have really just picked outposters as well. Like, I know Jimmy's going to run main, but yeah. This is really down to like who does what. And last time Greg was the first pick with Jimmy. I'm still sorting out my... At the moment, the only thing I have commitment to is this. North stacked already, I know. 2 minutes into pick phase and they've absolutely blown the doors off. There are no main... Well, Jimmy's a main base builder, right? But you need support players as well. Space Dog, I think, plays main. Cog can play main. Oh, I'll send you a link. Hang on a second. Wild Grim, I'm setting all that up, but I am not very good. Here we go, copy. All those exclamation mark commands are on their way. So if you head to that Discord, that's our Discord effectively, and you'll be able to hop into a voice channel from there as well. And yeah, I should have all that set up. I've just been busy. I've been doing stuff IRL. I am now a house owner. Yeah, I answered that, mate. I haven't got any plans. I'm free all the time now. Only on weekends, obviously. I work Monday, Friday. But Saturday, Sunday... Well, Saturday I do this, so I guess it would have to be Sunday. But I'm still sorting out house stuff, so I need to figure out my tenancy agreement here, when I need to... Yeah, not this Sunday, though. I have a lot of rugby to watch. Holy crap. Okay, I'm just seeing outposters here. Actually, no. Tell a lie. Little Scut, Sleepy, Parsi, and Jimmy, they're all main base players, right? Or can play main. I mean, you can play wherever you want, but Straightener, Space Dog, Hydrochronic, Soldier. Pav's main base builder, man. Well, this is all over the place. What am I looking at? And Rafe, ooh, oh dear. Oh dear. Carl, Califer, Jimmy, Sticklord, and Rafe. I like this. Is going to be a banger. This is going to be an absolute banger. Normal difficulty as well. Yeah, I can do next Sunday, mate. I don't think that far ahead at the moment. At the moment, I'm taking it day by day. So, obviously, planned on doing this today. Hard difficulty? No. You need this to be easy or POC at least. Oh shit, someone's been injured. He took damage? Yeah, remind me, mate. That's the thing. I've got so much going on, it's hard to... The things that I care about at the moment the most are moving, my mortgage, all the paperwork, and then sorting out the fucking moving vans or a big truck to move me, all my stuff. In between that, I have some time to play some video games. Not a lot, though. Raspberries, Trom, don't know who Trom is. St. Tronan, a couple of new names here, Zenmos. I have no idea. Because I'm busy, mate. I'm busy. You got to remember, mate, I don't have one person to talk to. I talk to lots and lots of people. So there's a good chance that your message has been swallowed up into the old Discord. I mean, I'm in several clans. I've got Dota people. I've got IRL friends in there. Boom. Ah, nice. Ooh, we have got so. Oh, I like this. I can get behind this. Because you can also see when people came in. So if somebody joins late, right, and they're obviously like a good player, you can see, oh, it joined at 1 hour 10 mark. And then at the 2 hour mark, that's when our okay, I like this. Upgrades, people, upgrades. And these teams as well, I'm a big fan. I kind of am leaning towards North, although let's spitball some ideas. Jimmy is going for a rocket, a quick, fast rocket build. He needs some people with him, and then he needs everybody else to evacuate main. You know, apart from obviously the people that are going to be building it, he needs his outposters to outpost. I would assume, yeah, I was going to say there's a lot of copper out here. Potentially, no, it's too close. Yeah, I think east. East is where you go for your outposts. These are big. Steady. We're going in. And we have landed at piece of cake difficulty, it looks like. Okay, away we go. So yeah, okay, so every 5 minutes, nice, yeah. Because that was my main, I wouldn't say issue, but having to constantly ask every now and again. Instead, it should just cycle, you know, every 5, and that way the longest you're waiting is 5 minutes. Literally, if you join the server just after that message has popped up, you then get that 200 BB coin. What? Okay. Right, so let's call the teams out. On the north, we have Wildgrim, Jimmy 50, Presto X1, XI, Sticklord, Tiamarks, Aparisi, Carl, Lil Skirt, IB Sleepy, Friendly Fire, Dr. Claude, Zero Sun, Califer Bob, Red Wraith, and Jemmy Boy. Zenmos is in. What? They've called their team East. Zenmos, Straightener, Space Dog, Hydrochronics, Irzinek, The Soldier Pavev, Saint Tronan, Ragnar Lothbrok, Cognitive Fun, One More, Just Bob, Raspberries, Trom. I like North, but we'll have to see how the South go about this. Now, looking at main base, we have a lot of everything here, really close together as well. So we have good coal, we have good copper, really nice iron, and again, really generous stone. 1/2 mil stone patch right next to the silo. You'd love to see it. Coincidentally as well, there's a little bit of stone and coal out here that you can zip together for walls. Just saying, I'm not saying anybody watching my stream is playing the game, but look how nicely close these two things are. You know, you could just whoop, stick a little smelting line down the middle and boom, walls are sorted. Yeah, I like this. We've got a couple of rivers and a couple of little like watermarks where it would be very easy if the bugs are going to be coming in, obviously in this direction, to zip a wall between these aqueous bodies, sealing off the bugs. I'm getting to you. Effectively using them like an extended wall. I'm not saying this is how you defend, but I'm saying that this is a viable defense. And you could even, if you wanted to, bring that line down further to the base of the lakes, so that you have a lower profile base, the lakes dominating the top area of the corners of your defense. And this could be a fantastic play to make. If effectively on the shoulders of your base you stick these lakes as horns, they will eventually slowly fill themselves in, but over time, that's how I'd play it. But I'm not playing, so it doesn't matter what I think. I'm just watching. And I'm impartial until I'm not. So yeah, let's have a quick drink of this. So, smelters have gone down. Well, say smelters. It's a bit generous to say, really, isn't it? The idea of some smelting has gone down. And there's a little bit. Yeah, they're heading to the east. Looks small. It's weird. The thing is, it's weird. It's not like a blocky shape. It's like blobbed coal. And again, you could probably add a bit of that in too, but apparently it's 1.1 mil. So, I mean, it's generous. Ah, good stuff. Yeah, that's perfect. Because you feel bad sometimes when you're refereeing and you're giving players to one team. So let's say, for instance, North have 20 and the South have like 12. It's not right that you give them, you know, every new joiner could be a great player. So it's not fair of you giving them to balance the books. But the fact that it's randomized and favors people with less on their team is... Space Dog's first picks were Hydra, Soldier, and Pavev, I believe. So these three were prioritized. And I know why. The Soldier's a fantastic main base builder. And I can imagine that, you know, Jimmy has said, look, I will lead the main base build. So we need an equally strong main base builder to go up against him. And the Soldier in this, it's either Ling or Soldier, right? In this current iteration of the game, that there are winning captains or the winningest captains. So this will be an interesting game. I didn't know who he was, and that's not me being a dick. I genuinely didn't know that Jimmy had the fastest rocket build, or the rocket timer, sorry. So yeah, let's see how we go. Because he played well. His team played well. A few mistakes, a few missteps, but nothing that bad, nothing egregious. So yeah, nobody's prioritizing heading west. Somebody got kicked. We had this last game. Who is it? Aparisi. Okay. South has like 2 good players. No, I disagree. But it's they're light on their feet. I would absolutely say they're light on their feet. Now, let's say, for instance, a play like Dog comes, that changes the balance a little bit. Straightener strong, Soldier strong, Space Dog, Pavev, Hydra. You've got to remember as well, individual elo in a game like this doesn't really matter, because some people gain elo from playing with their friends or stacking. One of the 5 horsemen of the Biter Battles Apocalypse. But I rate Razgriz highly. They don't have the highest elo, but they are a fantastic player to be part of your team. Straightener's good, yeah. Soldier's good, Pavev, Space Dog, Hydra. That core spine, as well as cognitive fun and one more, that spine of your team, hopefully, can guide some of the other players I've not seen before, like Max 1000 and Max 13542 and Trom, and it's marquee time. Like, hopefully they can guide them through the game and show them what they need to do. For instance, building power or, getting up smelting, etc. So, yeah. I'm keen on this. And again, Pavev, very strong player, has been captain a few times. The Soldier, a winning captain. Up against, Mr. Sticklord's in the house. When did this happen? Did I miss Sticklord coming into the game? Hang on, I can check. He picked straight out the gate. All right, just stealthed into the game. And we've taken a minute off the rocket timing. Yeah, no worries, buddy. I'll catch you in a bit. Have a good week. They've gone for 158 rocket. Jeez, that's some heavy goal to set at the beginning of a game. Please go chop some wood and bring it back to me. Perfect. I'll just... Cool. Just pop that in there to make sure that everybody knows. You don't have to speak English. I'm sure there'll be somebody in there that speaks your language. Oh, what's this? Why would... Oh, we've got... North have got problems with modification and South have as well. Don't modify this. Please don't change my designs. And we're doing it again. Have I been gone for so long? Hang on, have I been gone for so long that I've completely forgotten how to play? In the Stone Age, when I apparently stopped playing 4 weeks ago, you just built one set of smelting. It didn't look like this either. Have I been smoking drugs? No, I haven't. I haven't at all. Am I high? What is this? Okay, yeah, fine. I'm confused. It's my confusion. It's not. There's probably something going on there that's very high level that I don't understand. Red Wraith coming up with Zero Sun to do some threat farming. You love to see it. It has to happen. It needs to happen on things like POC. Cognitive Farm with a little outpost again. Max outposting 2. And it looks again like Carl Tiermark's Claw and Sticklord, actually. That's a pretty good power couple right there. Dr. Sticklord. I did see somebody just delete that. Ooh, hang on, let's check the score. Let's check the score. It's not, you don't have low scoring games. Or if it is low scoring, it's because they're battering each other. All time. Ooh, that's one score game. That's tight. So, Clyde, without giving away too much, because I will watch the highlights later, was it just a fuck up? Or was it just a backwards and forwards, they score, we score, they score, we score, they score, we score? You know, one of those kind of things. As we see a stone box is about to perilously go down. Guys, 6 stones. A battle. I like an arm wrestle, though. I like being... Like, when I used to play, I'd love getting into those games where it was like, neither team's better than the other. It's just about who executes, better effectively. Guys, come on. Please. This guy has already killed far too much of your base. Fucking seriously? You guys have alert send off? Guys, fucking help me. That's not good. This is not good. This does not bode well for the South. North got dog. Ooh, the stack is real. Conspiracy stacking. Is that a thing? Where you conspire conspiracy stacking? It's like a conspiracy to stack. Have we just added a 6th horseman of the apocalypse? I can't play without a working DD key. Oh, you can get fucked, mate. Hey, no, I don't need that. I don't need you to promote my services. I don't need me to pay you to promote my services. The people that are here are the people that like. Oh, I'm going to watch it, but I'm happy to talk about it as well. That's absolutely fine. Ulster, I mean, like, literally very storied and very... just good setups, mate. Like, it's like Leicester. Like, a weak Leicester team just means, like, generally rugby is in a bad spot. And like a weak Ulster and a weak Munster team just means they're in a bad spot. But rugby as a whole is in a bad spot. Those teams should always bring some of the best players in. They should always attract some of the best players. Isn't fucking one of the Barretts going to like Leinster? I'm like 90% sure. Yeah, it's Geordie Barrett, I think. That's a nightmare. What a terrible... How have they managed that? Can you imagine living in New Zealand where you've won 2 World Cups? You are literally a walking superhero for any young rugby player that wants to get into the game. And you've gone, do you know what? I'm gonna go to Ireland. Wild. Absolutely wild. Have you seen Joshua Tuisova, mate? If you get bored, type this name into Joshua Tuisova. His calf is like my waist. Type that into Google and tell me that man is not one big muscle. Unreal, mate. Unreal. I wish I liked leg day enough. I wish I prioritized leg day enough to have anywhere near the pipes that they have on them. I'm sat here with my little spaghetti noodle legs, like... Yeah, what an absolute nightmare of a human being. But they're just built for rugby, mate. I've played against some Fijians in the past, and they are just made for it, mate. The handling, the skill, unreal. And you know what? I'm not wearing a hat, but if I was, I'd take it off. Fair play, boys. Fair play. It's in their blood. And the same with the All Blacks and New Zealanders. Like, it's just in their blood, mate. They're just born with it. You know, it's everywhere. It's on TV. Oh, what's the dog doing? It's on TV. It's you can also as rep you can use team. Yeah, Geordie Barrett going to... Oh, what a night. You know what, though? Every single person in that league is on notice now. There's a 2-time World Cup winner. He is... Yeah, nightmare people, mate. Nightmare people. Furlong is just a unit. I don't know, like... Obviously. Have you seen, what's his name? Chandler Cunningham South. They reckon he could be in the NFL. Like, just his physical frame of a human being, like his skeletal frame, is big enough to be in the NFL. And not just be in the NFL, but be one of the big guys. And he plays for Harlequins at like 20 years old. It's wild how big they are. Fair play. More power to him, man. Go and enjoy the game. When grown adults look like children when you stand next to them. Yeah, absolutely wild. The new one for Ireland is McCarthy, isn't it? They reckon he's going to be like your Etzebeth. Your kind of, like an enforcer, like an old school Irish enforcer, which is something you haven't really had for many years. Like, I know people liked Mahoney, but he didn't have the size on him to be like that. No, he could just be a bit of a shithouse and you know, cause some problems in the rucks that you didn't want to deal with. But yeah, apologies for anybody that doesn't know their rugby stuff, but yeah. Big Joe McCarthy, yeah, he's a big boy, mate. He's a big boy. But we've got one, I say we, like I'm part of the England team. The England team have one called George Martin. He was big in the semi-final. In the World Cup semi-final, as a young man, he was fucking nailing people, mate, smoking people. That's my, so part of my want to, just to tangentially move it back into the moving. Ling, nice to have you with us, man. When I move out to the countryside, there are rugby clubs there. It's the one thing I don't have around me at the moment, is there's not a lot of rugby in this part of London. It's all football and athletics and basketball. So I want to coach. His mullet, 10% power for the mullet. So I'm going to do my RFU level 1 and level 2, and I want to become a rugby coach in my free time, obviously, because the game gave me so much, and you should always give back when you can. I think maybe that's just me, but you know, I think you should always, if you have the chance to, you should always pay it back in. So that's my kind of goal when I do move, settle in, figure out who like the local team are, and just say, look, I can come down and do your fitness to begin with, and then down the line we can do skills and drills. Because I got coached by some really good people, so I'd like to think that I kind of know what I'm talking about-ish. This is way back in the day when they used to say crouch, touch, pause, engage, by the way. The scrum is a completely different thing now. Completely different beast. Right, North's Mall is about to be switched on. Meanwhile, the South have had some disputes about what should be in this area. And finally we do see that it will be some smelting. And power has flipped over to this area here. Or may even be put even further out. Max is out here with some assembly machines and a very fruity array of like Burner City, I guess. Moving further out, the soldier is Rinek. Zynek. We call you IR, and Pabev, out here with a large power bill and some mixed melting, creating them all. Opposite to them, obviously, we have Dr. Claw and Stick Lord. Sticklord normally does meme builds, right? Like, Sticklord's your kind of like train saw, purple spam. I'm not expecting nothing from these guys. I would probably say like a laser outpost maybe. There's enough copper here maybe to go for nuclear too if you wanted to. And then here, Carl, Theomarx, Lil Scott. This will probably be, oh, look at that, copper, copper, copper. It's bloody everywhere. There's tons of stuff here. You could build your base this direction and then build your production down here. Like this. And you are technically close enough to the large uranium patch to build your power out, so maybe this game goes the distance. The first one didn't, but that doesn't mean that they all gonna falter and fall at the first hour, 2 hour mark, so yeah, you kind of hope for a slightly more developed game this time. What I would like to see early on, if we can, somebody please smelt stone straight away. Like, I mentioned these 2 patches up here, and I absolutely would. If I was to join a team, I'm not going to, but if I was to join a team, I would join a side that needed it, and I would put a little bit of electric mining here, a little bit of electric mining here, power it with my own coal, and just smelt stone until the cows come home. I'd probably threat farm on top. Threat farm down here, run back and grab some walls and bricks, bring them back to main, and then just repeat that journey backwards and forwards. There's so many water bodies here that you can grab fish from everywhere. So you've always got healing on you. You should have armor on you. If I tab into the research queue, the north are moving towards green signs, electronics, fast inserters. Meanwhile, the south are going for fast inserters, green steel. They both have automation, logistics, military. I really like this menu. This is so much nicer than having to go between the teams. It just condenses everything down into one easily readable panel. This is lovely. So shout out to whoever made this. This is awesome. It's just, yeah, it's just nice. It's nice. Oh dear. Theo has gone down again. I feel like we need to just... No, mate, don't worry about that at all. There's no hijacking here, you know. The same way with the music, guys. If you turn around to me and went, the music's shit, I want to hear rock music. If I had more than one person say, yeah, let's get some rock on, we're rocking it on, you know. No questions here at all. Although I am a benevolent dictator, if I can get those words out of my mouth. We're all in this together, you know. That's the way I look at this. It's a joint venture. Although I'm the one driving the car, we're all part of the conversation. So, yeah, I would never want to price somebody out of the chat and let's rock. I have one person that wants rock. If I get any more, we're changing the music. We'll get some rock music on. So that's why I think consensus is key here. And what I will do now, because I didn't do it last time, we're going to do a prediction. You have 30 minutes to predict this. So maybe don't vote straight away. Who wins? North. All right, so take your time. Don't spend all of your pot noodles all at once. Rock it on. Okay, right. We're going to go for rock. And I think Cliff did add that in. That's awesome. It's like it's just a better UI. All right, rock. Let's see if we can find a good rock playlist. Instrumental rock music. I don't mind instrumental. I'm not buying that electric car. I like this already. Is this loud enough? Do you want me to turn it up a bit, or can you hear that? Like, is that balanced for you guys? Can you hear that and still hear me? That's the only thing I need to know. And with emote only chat, it's going to be hard for you to answer that. So I'll wait for a minute. Yeah, that's fine. How do I do this? There's a way of me doing this from here. Oh wait, can you answer that question? Before I turn this to emote only, can you hear this? The music, is it at a good level or is it a bit quiet? Alright, that's good, right. We're going to do emote only for a couple minutes whilst we rock out. Oh, I love it. Yeah, feel free to spam. Do you know what's weird? Is that the algorithm works off the basis of how many people talk in chat. Which is wild, because sometimes you get people that spam. Like, I banned somebody just now for typing in, hello, blah, 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 use our live service to get more viewers. No, I don't need that. But, yeah, apparently my engagement, because obviously the streams are long, and we have a lot of people talking, I'm quite up there in terms of engagement, which is really nice. Which is why I think people get recommended to my stream, sorry. Do I want to be a referee? I don't mind it. Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, I've been a referee often, so it's fine. So yeah, if you want to make me ref, I don't mind it. I need more dancing gifts. Oh, here we go, that'll do. Oh, now my dog's getting in on the action too. I'm just going to quickly check on him, because he's barking at something. It makes me nervous. Back in a sec. Right, I am back. Sorry about that. My dog was barking at people in the corridor. Because apparently people in the corridor are a threat to us. Oh, I love emoji only chat. And rock music's good. I could play this more often. Alright, let's switch that off for now. We'll do this again though. We will do a bit more emoji only chat. Only 10 pot noodles have gone. Only 10 for the south, which means somebody's making lots of... You can't hear anything. Wait, how about now? It's always hard to gauge because I can't hear it whilst I'm... But yeah, what I probably need to do is load this up on a different device and then listen to it through my mic. Yeah, the problem with the OBS, every single playlist is like slightly different volume-wise. So one of them, it's really quiet, even though it's telling me it's coming through, and then one will be really loud, even though they're just recorded at different volumes and stuff. So yeah, happy with that. Right, so Mall on the south, or also known as the east, which is very confusing. I'll refer to them as the south for now. Mall's up, and the beginnings of red and green are going down. Meanwhile, a lattice of smelting has been planned. It's good, isn't it? I quite like this. I might need to reuse this this playlist again. Meanwhile, the labs are down and red-green's up and running for the north. Jimmy is fast. Jimmy's quick. Jimmy 50 and Jimi Hendrix. Holy crap. I'd love to play Jimi Hendrix on Ooh. Okay, so wait, you guys know about this stuff. I don't. when I move into my new place, I have space for my guitars, so I can actually play some guitar on stream. I could play some Jimi Hendrix. I'm not going to get in trouble for like copyright or anything, am I? If I play like a solo, am I going to get in trouble? Now, I'm genuinely asking that because I don't know if I don't want to like start rocking out, you know, some Voodoo Child or whatever, and then all of a sudden like I get black flagged or red flagged or whatever flag they throw at you for doing that. Oh, boo! We're going to do it. I'm going to do it. Seriously, they're in a cupboard at the moment. I haven't got the space for them, and because they're not loud, but they're electric guitars and the amp is big. Oh, we're doing it. We're doing it. August, guys. August. Yeah. Oh, here's what we do. You know when we're waiting at the beginning of the game? You know that pick and ban phase where we're figuring out who the captains are? We'll play some guitar then. How about that? Just to warm up. I'll warm my hands up and yeah, fucking I like the sound of that. Let's do it. That's going to be mega. And we're not far away from August. I don't want to wish the summer away, but we're not miles away from August. So yeah. And what I can do is I can put a poll up. You know, what do you want to hear? A little bit of Led Zeppelin, a little bit of Hendrix, a little bit of Iron Maiden. And I can learn some as well. That's one thing I haven't been able to do is play my guitar that much. So I can like learn a couple of solos and absolutely rip them out. I mean, I don't think I'm going to sound this epic, I'm going to be honest. I don't have all like the pedals and stuff. I know, yeah, we need our week of summer before we end up in August, but yeah. The problem is if I pull them out now, I might get complaints by my neighbours because they just don't like it, or the vibration comes through the floor and, you know, that ruins their smoking of the crack. So, yeah, just to avoid conflict, I've not used them that much here. Or I plug my headphones in. But, yeah, man, I'm down. Let's rock out a little bit. But yeah, this Carl Outpost is going to be big. We almost saw Rocket last time, but it wasn't from the team that had the Rocket Outpost. It was from Jimmy. Now that team is on Jimmy's team. So are we seeing two Rockets now? We mentioned earlier on that the North are pretty stacked, and I have to agree with you now. They have the player advantage as well as, you know, they have some very strong players up here. Well, I think the best way to look at this maybe is strong combinations, right? So like, a strong player on their own doesn't win or break a team, but a strong combination of players, potentially a stack, but an unintended stack, so it's just been picked in combination with each other. For instance, Sticklord and Dr. Claw, that's actually a very strong combination when you think about it. They both have the potential to get to late game. They both have the potential to build like laser outposts or nuke outposts, and they equally have the ability to... Oh, lucky man. Lucky. So, vinyl of choice, what would you go to? Let's say you need to chill. There's a 3-hour Biter Battle game on. My mic, for some strange reason, is broken, and you have to stick on some music to watch whilst you watch the game. What's your go-to vinyl of choice for that? A little bit Marvin Gaye, or are we talking like some rock, some punk, or we flipping this and going to like Sinatra, you know, that kind of era. Sorry. I'm a referee. Ooh. Cool. He wants to go north, right? Boom. Wait, was he kicked from north? Shit. Sorry, mate. We were talking music, so I completely forgot. Aparisi, what team were you kicked from? Yeah, it's like artistic interpretation, like mimicry or copying. Not like humility, not in a humorous way. Sorry, but it's in a like I'm paying homage to this amazing band by doing it my way, a cover effectively. Hopefully now he's sorted. I think he was on South and he got kicked from South, so I believe he's where he needs to be now. I believe. I'm not entirely sure. If there's a problem, we'll figure it out. We'll fix it. And let's just do... So now anybody that's sat around that could be picked will be picked. Although that's given North another player. I may have fucked up. We will figure this stuff out. We'll figure this stuff out. Goldie! Oh, Groove Rider. What? I believe the teams were even though, so the South have had players leave rather than it being an imbalanced, imbalanced pick and ban phase. So, yeah, there's also a player that got moved from South and is now playing on North. So naturally, you're going to have a -1 on the South, now up in the North for he's playing. So, yeah, the main thrust of this game won't come from player imbalance. It will come from a build mistake or potentially an outpost that has kind of overachieved or not been hit. Not been pressured too much. I have a defensive outpost out here, I guess. We will see one. Here we go. We've got some grenade buildings and stuff. And Zero Sun. Ooh, they're at 17% already. Okay, right. Max is spamming. Max is like, do you know what? You spammed me last game. Have a bit of that. Have a bit of 17.5% bugs. Deal with it, nerds. I like it. I got time for it. Not all of these... Oh, Jimmy's been hit. Okay, right, so the pressure is on. Pressure is on. Again, like as it was before. Now again, look at what time we're at. We're 35 minutes in and we're already looking at doing oil processing. So this is a really good timer, but do we have a grenade here, guys? A single grenade? One grenade. All you need is a single grenade, and this is just done. Oh dear. What side were you kicked from? I've asked him twice. I don't mind. Just tell me where you want to go. I can't put you back into a side you were kicked from, though. That's huge, by the way. Losing the science in the labs early game is huge. Carry grenades, guys. Carry them. You need them. Okay, that's fine. That is absolutely fine. You... Where is it here? Boom. There you go. That's fine. Okay, so that kind of gives the South an extra player, takes one away from the North, so it evens stuff a little bit. LTJ Bukum. I'll make a note of that. I watch these games back, so I always kind of learn of stuff, so yeah. Oh no, why? 19% is not the hardest thing in the world to deal with. Good, there we go, grenades, boom, simple. 1 or 2 grenades, and then shoot the one that's left over. Simple. And we have walls being made. Come on. Anybody do walls? No? Okay. I don't hate this. But please don't ammo belt. Star Fox. With a name like that, you can't play like that. Alright, a nice big square block of labs down here. Now, if I had to zoom out, I would say that the North are probably maybe slightly ahead, although they're dealing with bugs that are, strong, etc. I don't mind this from the South at all. Like, Cog had a really rough game last game, built an outpost and it just got smashed. And they got beaten to the punch by like early cheap cents. So what are they going to do next game? I mean, they're going to do exactly what happened to them. And all they're trying to do is unnerve and unseat Jimmy from getting off that 158 rocket. Hey Toucan, how's it going? We're into game 2, and game 1 was a little bit of a weird one. they just didn't defend. Well, sorry, the South did defend. It was just a little bit too late to deal with. So yeah, Behemoths at 100% absolutely just detonated them in their build. We're seeing now, apparently one of the fastest players to build it. No, the fastest player to build a rocket in Biter Battles is currently building up North's main, and yeah, he's quick. I didn't rate him when I first saw him because I didn't realize who he was, and he's really just tearing into this early game. In fact, they've had some issues obviously with the Evo being pushed, but I mean, plastics, advanced electronics into blue. Meanwhile, the South are going plastic, advanced electronics, sulfur, blue, and then heavy armor. Okay. But their labs got kind of smashed, which isn't great, and they're slightly underpowered. No, guys, come on. This isn't a winning formula here. Like, you need to rebuild this. Most of your labs aren't working because of the attack earlier on. Look, all of this science could be 2, I believe. I believe Max is on 1. Well, there we go. Yeah, Max is on 1. And Cog is on a 2nd. But I believe what Cog might do is like build up like 1,000 for a really big hit at the wrong time for them. Meanwhile, they've also adapted with something I don't love but will work, which is a couple of gun turrets. I just don't want to see an ammo line at all. Like, please do not use the iron here to build ammo. That will break my heart. The reason being is you can potentially, on Piece of Cake, as long as you're not getting your Evo rushed, get to flamers and a wall in good time. So, yeah. Clutch has joined. Very strong player. In fact, there's quite a lot of people here on the sidelines. I wonder if I run the... Oh. No, I don't see any rushes from North. They're doing the threat farming build. So we've got some, we've got some people building, grenades and ammo and stuff, and turrets, to be fair. Ah, it's automatic. Yes, got you. I like that. It means I'm not having that message pop up going, so-and-so wants to play. And then you click yes, and you click I don't want to play, and then they don't click, and you're like, why? No, they're not the final solution. They are, however, a good way of getting out of the early game. So the pressure that the North are under at the moment with 22% bugs, and again, a grenade will deal with that. But it's inconvenient. It's uncomfortable. I don't like the fact that it's happening. So, that's when I get involved and I fell asleep as the ref wants. I don't blame you though, mate. You're playing from fucking miles away. This starts at a reasonable afternoon time for me. If I fall asleep now, that's terrible. Can I have a car for efficient farm? Effective farm. Just snoring on the end of the mic. Oh, terrible. Absolutely terrible. Yeah, I don't see any rushes on the North. But what I do see is this base here. And Stick and Claw combined, I believe, could be a nuisance to the South. They could provide something which they're not going to enjoy playing against. Whether it be either a purple rush, or maybe yellow. They could go deep and go, do you know what? Oh, Jamie Boy's outpost. Ah, he's using the pistol. Oh dear, and they've evolved to medium size as well. Yeah, you absolutely need a submachine gun and yellow bullets with grenades. Like, at this point in the game, this isn't the end of the world by any stretch of the imagination, but what it does signify is that if you want to be out here on kind of the outer edges, shotgun also too, yeah. For me, I will have 5 grenades on me at all time, just literally stick them down here in your hotbar, grenade on one, and then you can do fish on the other. So that's blow them up, heal yourself. As simple as that. This isn't a problem really, but if you don't have the relevant stuff to fight it, it becomes a problem for you. Again, whoever spots this, friendly fire will get to this. Surely you can't be serious. That's the silo, boys. Right here. There we go. That's close though. That's a little too close for comfort. Dead bodies less than like 200-300 meters away from your Yeah, I agree. Or you could be an absolute philistine like me and just click. But what kind of a speedrunner would do that? But yeah, this is how. I mean, slowly, but this is how you eventually do it. You group them up, and you fight them. You fight the number back down again. You're not really fighting the individual bugs themselves. You're fighting their presence. And with the need to kill 1,200, almost 1,300, by taking the fight to them, you can drive that number into the ground. By there, that was by 20 or 30. By killing off some of the buildings, you'll drop it even faster and harder. And 26% isn't the end of the world, but what we do need, or what you will need down the line, is heavy armor for sure. Yeah, and some bricks. Yeah, absolutely. You want to build a path. And then effectively, and I haven't used my high-level drawing tools, you want to build a path, and then an area where, like a circle almost, you can then kite the bugs around safely at speed, grouping them up into a tight circle, and then in the middle of that circle detonating a grenade, which will kill about 50 to 100. Do that 10, 20, 30 times, you'll have no more threat. Kill off a few buildings along the way too, and you're on your way to going back down to negative threat. And that's exactly what Zero Sun's doing right now, which is perfect. His team's at 23%. It's an uncomfortable time because you're not really off the ground yet. You're still bolting things onto your base. You don't really have all of the sciences that you want for the research that you need. And so by doing this, you're giving your team a window of opportunity. But look at this here. Some more labs got smashed to pieces. And what that means is that the science inside of them got smashed as well. So not only do you lose a building, you lose the contents of the building as well. The North are not off to a good start here. It's not the end of the world, but it's uncomfortable. Power is not looking great either. And again, it's because everybody is powering this outpost, which isn't outputting. And it's not outputting because wheels aren't getting there because you're filling up boxes. Oh dear. They're unstacking the stack. Shrub, I have a Discord channel which is highly secretive called Stacker Solution Enthusiasts. And for any of those that want to learn about how to break a stack, I mean, when the best players somehow end up in the same team, we will discuss ways on that channel of unstacking the stack, uncracking the stack. I actually have a YouTube video out that I'm editing at the moment about how to crack stacks, how to beat strong teams if your team don't have the strongest players in that team effectively. That I'm actually going to put that out soon. So basically, mysteriously, I played against. Do you know Runeboggler has him, and I think it's Mystic Amber, and Clutch, and Pipes. There's like 5 or 6 of them that are really strong together. They'll always outpost. It's like Carl. If you see Carl and Neuro and these guys on an outpost, that's what they do. They like to outpost with each other. They're really quick. They're really good at the game. I went into a normal game against that team. They were somehow on North. And South had me and 2 other good people. There were lots of new players, and I'm not saying because I knew they're bad, but there were 2 other players that I knew that I could work with. And luckily, I got that recorded, that full game. So I have put together a bit of we knew this was coming, and so we did this. And because we intercepted this send, we managed to get to this. And we actually won that game really nicely. So I've done the videos on YouTube are doing well because they're full form and they're just hours and hours of biter battles. I wanted to try and make a 20-minute, this is how the game went, and this is why we did this. And just to see how that's received by some of the newer people coming in and watching. It might not go down well. People might say, I just want to watch a full game. And if that's fair, yeah, they are. And I joined the game with 5 minutes on the clock. So it's right from the very, very beginning. So it's and I'm talking to myself the whole way through the game. So it's all right, I think that in that position here, so that, they picked a certain spot. In this area, I believe they're going to go for a rocket. if they're going to go for a rocket, what time can we expect that? And then we plan backwards from there. And I get on Discord, I talk to a couple of my teammates. Some of them I've never played with before, ever. These are brand new 2-3 games in the server type players, and we win. But we also get kind of broken a little bit. So, you know, our walls get breached and our defenses get overrun, and they start spamming purple, but we're not ready to send a rocket yet. And it's a really good, not because we won, but because of the difference in elo. North had the best players you could have gone up against, and we had like me, 2 other guys, and all newish players. Over the course of the game, other players joined us that were good. People like the Soldier, I believe, joined us. But at the beginning, the first hour and a half, 2 hours of the game, we were going for it. So, yeah. Yeah. It works. It works. We play a long, drawn-out, draining game, especially when you're on the losing side. When you know you're up against it and your walls are being breached, and you're just, life sucks. It's just shit. Everything's going against you. You know, you want to throw a grenade and then you throw it at your own feet and blow yourself up and you're like, yeah, brilliant, that's how this game's going to go. And to win those, but also to bring people along with you. It's not, so at the moment I believe that in main, Jimmy 50 is being left alone. Jimmy 50 is building exactly what he needs to. He's given the space that he needs to do all of this, and it's going well for him. But some people don't know how to play. Well, how do I phrase this being diplomatic? Because I don't want to insult anyone, and I'm certainly not here to insult Jimmy 50. Some people need to play like this because their way works, and their way is the way. I'm the opposite. I like chaos, and I like when things are going kind of wrong, and I like when we have to make things up on the spot, and it's like, oh shit, right, how about, can you go off and make me some defenders? I'll go and build the walls, and then we'll both grab a car, and we'll go around and we'll do like the flamer turrets. And it's just like thinking on your feet, constantly working against the odds. And yeah, mate, we won. So I'll release that video soon. Actually, I've been working on it. When the few moments I've had, whilst I've been doing the whole house application thing, I've been working on it, and I've got all of the comms. So all of the chat of me talking to my team and getting onto Discord and go, hey mate, how's it going? Thanks for this. Like, I know it sounds silly. Oh, ooh, that's a big hit. I don't know if those boxes are full. That's a big hit. This rush is really working for the South in terms of pushing the pressure up. That's a large area of destruction. It can be rebuilt, obviously, but morale, right? If you're Caliphate Bop and you're on comms with welcome eds and friendly fire, and somebody goes, oh, fuck that, I'm not doing it. You're left alone. You're left on an island. So, yeah. So I'm threat farming, you know, the bugs about an hour in because we want to drive the number deep. We know that they're going to send purple. So I'm like, guys, we need minus 10k. Minus 10k and I'm happy. And then I'll do something else. But until we get there, I need to just stay here. And one of my teammates, a guy called Clyde Frog, I don't know if you guys have played with him. I think he's played a lot more now. But at the time, he didn't have like a lot of games on the server. I didn't even notice. He came down to where I was and he built like a grenade automation where you just fill the boxes. So you just fill the box with, oh yeah, do you remember that game, Clyde? You made me a really cool like grenade builder. And that stopped me from having to handcraft because I was handcrafting super slowly. So like, yeah, I don't know. So I recorded that game. And I've got all of the comms in, because it was me, you, and one other person. And we were like bouncing between, right, let's fix this. Okay, what are we going to do about this area? All right, let's clear this forest out. Let's put this wall down. And we slowly but surely secured the base. And then from there, we won the game. Like, we won the whole, I mean, it was hands down a really close game, but it was against some really strong team. So I've got that game. I'm cutting it up as we speak. And what I wanted to do was like, yeah, a 20-minute breakdown of a 3.5-hour game. So I don't spend a lot of time going over exactly everything. Okay, that wasn't already down though, right? Or is he putting that down? Okay, that's fine. So yeah, that's my I was in the 1st Combat Communications Squadron. Radio comms. That'd be cool. Yeah, I'd love to learn about that stuff, mate. Honestly, I don't know anything about, like... I've played online shooting games, But that's more about like call outs. He's in kitchen, he's low. Shoot him, he's got a gun. Yeah, no, I'd love to, mate. No, honestly, I'll take you up on that if you don't mind. I love learning new stuff, man. I love learning new stuff. They skip mill. Yeah, got you. I'm down, Panda, honestly. If you're free, DM me in Discord and we'll talk about it, because, yeah, that sounds really cool. And it's not something I'd ever learn from being a civilian, you know? It's not the kind of thing I'd pick up from, you know, working out of a gym or... So yeah, that's awesome. And also, Clyde, I didn't say it at the time, but thank you. I thank everybody at the end of the game, apart from the people that helped me the most, which I feel really bad about. I feel kind of guilty. Yeah, I noticed they're skipping mill. Again, are they planning on, like, what, they're handcrafting it, or are they just going to add that on near the end? Beyond that, let's take a look at the researches. So they were asking if they could squeeze Skip's mill. I mean, I get it, but what if you're being rushed like this? Oh right, you're okay. You're handcrafting it. I like it, but in many ways, isn't that really risky? Like in a game, let's say for instance the Evo goes to like, I don't know, 50 or 60%. We're not near behemoths, but we're in an uncomfortable area where we're getting run at. Do you not want like a flamer and a wall and a castle to sit in? Because I know you're going for a record, that's fine. Like it's great to go for these things, but oh, nice. Okay, cool. Sweet. Yeah, because that's the difference, isn't it? When you're in a sandbox, and I'm not saying that he only plays in a sandbox, but like you need some form of defense or barrier, and maybe threat farming is his barrier. You know, take 5 people if you need. Take 5 people, go off, build grenades, build defenders, build everything you need. Leave me to get us to a rocket fast. And by the time we get there, we'll have minus 10,000 threat, 20,000 threat, and we will win the game off the back of that. It's a really risky strategy. I kind of like it though. It brings a bit of jeopardy into the equation. Do you remember there was like a few months where it was like Carl's on north, Nura's on south, and it's just who can build 20 rockets first, right? Nura got to 20 rockets and he just pressed the one button and the game is over. Like it's just GG's. You know, we're lagging our way to a finale effectively. Yeah, big time. I agree, Shrub. Not only that, like if I'm captaining a game, which I plan on doing, by the way, very soon, my goal in life really is to have like a defensive captain. That's normally me. But if I'm having the overview, if I'm looking at everything from here to here, and I'm trying to coordinate some kind of grand strategy and grand plan, I think the best thing to do is say, right, I need one person to put the hand up, and you will be my threat farm guy. You'll be the guy helping me build walls. I'll be there with you, but that's your main focus about this. I don't care about defense. Oh, interesting. Don't complain, late. Okay, Jimmy doesn't care about defense. Fair enough. As the Minister of Defense, I would say that it's worth keeping it in mind. But again, we have a science build here that will be beaconed. You know, we can rip through the tech tree. But I believe that, you know, there will be people out here that will be working against that idea, that defense isn't needed. And yeah, like there may be a large send coming your way that's military or blue, potentially purple, that may potentially unseat you. But Jimmy has the fastest rocket. He's not like the second or third or fourth. He's the quickest guy to do it. So if anyone's going to do it, it'll be him. I like that though. It's kind of like a storyline for the game. You know? Speed. Absolute speed as well. Like high Formula 1 type speed versus traditional, let's get some flamers up. You know, let's box up. I like what these guys have done here. They don't have all the walls they need. They've just built a line and just said, right, let's get them to here, you know. Turrets are easy to replace. You don't want them all game, but they are easy. Ooh. Come on, guys. Fucking seriously. Blue belts. Come on. Don't be like that. Don't do this. We're upgrading this. This doesn't even need to be red. That hurts my face. Never mind. I'm sure that there's a reason for that. You know. But green is lacking somewhat. But I would argue that's probably more of a throughput issue. And it is. Which is fine. They'll figure this out. Just seeing this needing to go. Oh, they've already done it with. Come on, guys. Here's what you can do. Here's how you conquer that. Come over here. Grab these hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of plates that are just sat in your old burner city that you haven't converted to smelting yet. Take those thousands of plates and hand feed everything that needs to be hand feed and allow it to back itself up. Then you go and get that or iron and smelt it. Hey, Dr. Kong, how's it going, mate? Hope you're having a good weekend. This second game is looking really tasty. Game number 1, yeah, it wasn't really strong from the south, but I feel like this one they are really kind of looking after themselves a bit better now. They've got some ideas for the wall. They have some already down. They have some passive defenses down. This is looking good. I say looking good like it's game winning. It's not, but it's looking nice. They've got the right things lined up in order to get them to a win. The North are going fast. Jimmy 50 is here. We have blue already, and Roboports. Again, remember last time, guys. We saw a total of 8 Roboports for the main base. The North threat's at 33% now, and the green spam will eventually run its course. So we will see eventually that green spam run out of road, and there's no real point in building it and researching and then throwing it because it just won't get you anywhere. What Jimmy needs is very strong defensive players to keep his build safe. This is like boxing without defending. It's like Deontay Wilder boxing. He's going to throw one big fucking punch, and it's going to knock you out, but he doesn't want to defend. So he's just literally just winding that hand up like an old-time cartoon, like, oh boy, you're going to get it. And yeah, I'm curious as to see whether it works or not. Remember the player base as well. It's not your fault, mate. It's not your fault. It's Carl's fault. You haven't let South down, mate. Ooh, the South are starting to evolve into mediums now. Medium biters obviously take more than one nade to kill, so you've got to be careful when you're in positions like this. Although that was kind of worth it, because you sacrificed yourself very close to main, so Aspire is going to respawn here, and it's not far to go and get your body, so smart move there to self-jihad yourself. What's this? Gearing for the big send. What? What? Oh, it's because of the bugs. Right, that wasn't just a random team kill, was it? Fair enough. But yeah, Zero Sun, Red Wraith, Grandlich, all strong players. Although RIP to the to the pink car. Pink Ranger's car has gone down. And will this last? Large waves now are aggressing onto the south. And again, you need like more than this down the line. At the 1 hour 30 mark, if you don't have your walls and your flamers down, you are in trouble. So, walls, let's check in on them. This one's built 780, this one's built 190. Are any of them going into a chest? The answer is no. Drunk driving. Yeah, so none of these walls are going into a chest. That makes me kind of sad. Pavev then sends some blue. Okay, that's jumped it a little bit. Is it worth sending that blue? 2-point jump, and then Carl is sending a little mixture of all of their signs. Is this outpost? This isn't spam. They just want to pressurize the south. Makes sense. It's not like Carl to send just a random amount, but I guess what they want to do is just shove the number up a little bit. So this isn't great, boys and girls. It's great that you've got all this military science, it is. Interesting. So we do have a little bit of mill. Yeah, I'd grab some of this, man. You need a stone patch that's working for you. Brayton is coming out to do a little bit of interference here without getting machine gunned by the acid. Oh no, mate. Heal yourself, quick. Heal yourself? Fish? Fish up? Nice. Where can you do it? Like, this spot is perfect if it wasn't so aggressive at the moment on the map. We need to find an area with a little bit of coal and stone and start smelting your own walls, because I mean, I just want to put it out there, and I'm not saying I was right all along. Millions of people would say that I was right all along, but I wouldn't say, because I'm humble, that you don't play in a vacuum. No. You don't get into the ring to go against somebody to do 0 offensive damage. You don't. You need to be able to force your opposition. When it's good for you, by the way, not randomly, but when it works for you, you need to be able to push the pressure up a little bit. If the South were to stay at 15%, whilst the North are at 50%, that needs to not happen, right? You need to change that fast. So the way that I would say that you change that is that you send a little bit, make it uncomfortable for them, make it hard. I'm just watching this guy because I've never seen him before. And I'm just making sure he's not doing anything too... But the thing about Carl is, he's always trying to optimize. He's trying to get the best thing to happen. So, oh, he's healing stuff. Okay. So, yeah, I agree with him in many ways of not sending. However, that's a decent size. 40% we're at now. What are you doing, little cat? Oh. Fair enough. Sorry, my cat's acting a bit weird. Well, that's just cats in general, isn't it? He's acting like a cat. Alright, so moving up to here, what can we see that's new? Okay, we've got engines coming down, flame towers for the north, fantastic. There are 14 of them. There's a ton of oil around here. You could really defend nicely. Just around this top edge, this ridge line of your base. 40% now, they are going to be harder to kill. We're not yet dealing with big biters though, which is nice to see. And yeah, Zero-Sun just running around GTAing it, you know. These waves are quite large though, so you need to intercept them before they hit your base. And you can make the argument for somebody else to join him now doing this in another car. If you could split the waves with cars, as you can see, he just keeps picking up more and more aggro. Obviously it's killable, but you know, the moment you bump into a bit of acid or, you know, a rock or something, that's kind of your ass, you're done. But doing well here. Coordinating well with his grenades and his driving hand. And getting the job done. Alright, let's take a look at the research. LDS is about to finish for the north. And we're on to advanced electronics, prod 2s, rocket fuel, yellow, and trains. Okay. South are going for tool belt, stack inserters, capacity, and oil. Interesting. Runs out of fuel. Dies. Yeah, seen. So Jimmy's going to take over. Jimmy will take over for... So red, green, mill to kind of help main. And then from there, main will then thread blue. And obviously purple, yellow. Okay. How about the oil refinery? Okay, some slight balancing issues here, but that's nothing that you can't fix with stuff like... Don't we need another one of these? No, don't we need... Isn't there another layer to this? Never mind, right. A few more bots have been built this time. 139, excellent. Remember last time, 8 roboports. That was a bit different, but let's take a look at South. We're having a look on North for a bit. South are moving towards blue signs themselves. They're not quite there yet though, so yeah, we could say that because they've obviously prioritized Milsci earlier than blue, they are slightly behind the research curve they have access to less developed stuff, but I don't know. I don't think that they're in a negative position. Again, we've got a wall that is, looking like it will go down, and hopefully the edges of the base, they find a way to stitch them up. Meanwhile, the soldier out here is, oh, they've got blue on. Okay. Nice. Oh, I like this. Okay. They're not interested in. They've turned off major parts of their base. And that's just a throughput issue, right? That's just because they're working off a mix patch. They're just making what they can make. Yeah, I would rather be on south. I'm being completely honest. I would be so nervous playing for any extended period of time, knowing that defense is the last thing on the menu. Knowing that we're not prioritizing. I'm happy to eat my words if obviously the North do win because they just hit a rocket at a ridiculous time. But Cog, do you have a grenade? Cog, tell me you have a grenade, mate. Please tell me you have a grenade. They're just pushing pressure up again. Now we're at 47%, 50%. Bites obviously will change into big biters, and they're very difficult to kill. Cog, mate, make a grenade. Come on. What are you doing? And I'm guessing, have the bugs been? Oh, mixed doors. I've always been, and you can go back historically onto my YouTube channel and watch all of the VODs that I put up. I'm convinced that there is a build out there that will optimize and help split. If you were to mine, obviously not the really heavy based, where it's like very obviously lots of copper, but if you were to grab a patch like, I don't know, let's take a random mix patch out in the middle of nowhere. Let's take this. And let's cut it up a little bit. I think that if you could make use of this, right, and maybe add in like a bit of the stone down here. You don't need all the iron, or the coal, sorry. I'm convinced there is a way that you properly split this. And I think the person or the people that learn how to do that first will get a massive advantage, because it will stop people needing to run out to specific areas of the map. If you know that you can get to blue signs or purple signs, or with this amount of throughput, I can get to insert number because I can split them down correctly. So I think if you can harness, yeah, it's a good point. I would technically go for a mixed ore patch for defense. So if you could have mixed ore making defenders, that's a win for me. That's an absolute win. Mixed ore going into a defender build, I'll take that all day long. Yeah. This is bad though. This isn't good. Anybody seeing this? Luckily it's cheap, but you're losing a lot here. Guys? Alright, they only wanted a little bit of the power. They're like, a bit spicy. Yeah, you definitely need to extend this this wall to cover your power, man. You're gonna lose shit here. And nobody's coming. That's wild to me. This will be an alarm will be going off now. How many more of these steam boilers do you lose before you go, oh yeah, let's go and deal with that? Alright. North are at 51%, south at 25%. Gun turrets are going to start becoming useless, lads. Let's be honest. Where are these flame turrets I hear so much about? They were threat farming. I don't think it's feasible at the moment. They're not prioritizing. So by not prioritizing, I can't fucking speak today. By not prioritizing military, what they're doing at the moment is they are lacking their damage upgrades. If you want to go down that route, you're lacking the ability to have defenders. You're lacking your grenade upgrades. You're powering towards a rocket with bugs on the table that you can't kill. And you don't have a wall to protect you either. I don't see it happening, boys and girls. I don't. I may be proved wrong. But this is an offensive game. The players and the player base are... Well, there's more of us now, obviously, so the games are slightly larger. I know it's slightly imbalanced today. I kind of want to put some more people onto the south. But you can't get away with just blindly running into endgame. We saw it happen before where people would, but you're going to come into some problems. Here we go. It's not going to happen, mate. They're not going to change what they want to do. They're going to go lasers, prod 3, rocket, and by the time you hit to the yellow signs, your team is dead, mate. I guarantee you nobody in main is carrying enough to deal with that. That wave is doing this. Unless all of a sudden they meander, it's doing this. Oh, boxes, don't need boxes. You can do this, this, this. And I think they're going to get to probably this, because it's a single wave, they're going to get to about here before they die. So they're going to impact the smelting. That is if they, you know, move in the direction which we assume they are. They may go towards miners first. But I believe that there's an area of this base, and it'll probably be somewhere in the middle of their smelting, which is when they'll eventually die. So I reckon everything to the right of that arrow is about to die. And Friendly Fire's a great player, by the way. He'll have grenades on him, not enough to deal with that. So yeah. Me looking into my crystal ball, mystic ghosty. Yes, spitters are easier, to be fair. But again, you know, the acid puddle feels like it's larger. It's when it's mixed that I have the biggest issue. I can kite full spitter mobs, no problem at all. It's when you have a little mixture of biters and spitters. But yeah, we'll keep our eye on that. The base is being torn to pieces now as well. So 52% threat farming can't really continue at this point without and again, yeah, spitters in the outpost. They don't have the relevant defensive technology. They've been disconnected as well. Somewhere along the line, a pole has been hit. And if a single outpost goes down, it's miles to run back. It's not looking positive for these guys out here. Although they didn't lose too much. Spit wave is here. Sleepy's gonna kite it. And it is dealt with. There was a secondary wave up here, right? But we've got some problems. We have some troubles. Now is Carl's base still disconnected? It's a single pole, right? It's this single pole here. It's apparently not the single pole. Oh, it's maybe this one as well? I mean, it's a more interesting game, I guess, than the first one. For me personally, because we have two clear defined playstyles which are operating against each other. This is, I guess, more standard. Although I like the idea that we've got some mixed batch here. Yeah, I agree. If they hit it, if they get there, then I'll take it all back. But I'm of the opinion that, very similar to the last game where they were building the rocket, they were at 60 odd parts, and then it died. So before a rocket could appear, the game was over. I think we may be in that territory. In fact, I mean, I kind of predicted this about the spitters, but I think I might be right, boys and girls. Obviously, remember to stay humble. But having played this game a lot, having been playing this game for a while, this isn't devastating by any stretch of them, but it's stuff that you had down that you now have to rebuild. Again, the bugs are everywhere, meaning they'll pull up weird things like a single splitter and then a bit of belt, and then this is looking, yeah, there's a lot of damage. Again, these guys are not far from the silo. I would advocate for defending. I'd advocate for building walls. You have a stone patch that's not moving here, you can split that off and smelt it into bricks. These are medium bugs, by the way, not big, mediums. And they're in the middle of the base. And they're having a right old time of it, a right old time. Yeah, not looking hot. Again, the North have 19 players. South have always, throughout this entire game, historically in this game, the South have been behind by 3 to 5 players whole way through. So, yeah, that's a lot of damage, and it continues. It's a shit stat. So, and potentially if you want to get to that 158 rocket, you need someone. You need a team. You need a defense team, man. You need like some Helldivers, you know, to drop in and just cause chaos and eliminate bug hives. And but this is for 1 hour and 18, guys, for a piece of cake game. This didn't have to be this way at all, like at all. You could argue that sending out Claw, Sticklord, Jemmy Boy, no, this is the right play. I'd make this play. And the same with Carl. I'd make this play again. Just sending out Carl and his guys. Look, they have flame turrets. Fantastic. This is what you want in main. Something's gone wrong here. And Caliph is a good player. I don't think he's made any mistakes here. Lil Scott's strong. Jimmy's strong. Friendly Fire strong. There are good players here that know how to counter this. I just wonder. You know, we have smelters here with 100 bricks in. Taking that to wall. Yeah, this is we might be on for game 3. Go on Silo. Yeah, so the north won last time by pressuring and sending early green, and then later on it was purple. The south have won this game by pressuring early by sending green, and then blue, I think it was, green and blue. Go to the mutation log, yeah. 11,000 green have gone across, 600 mil and 1,000 blue. And the north have been relatively silent compared to that number, compared to that. A laser has gone down, which will deal with mediums if they've got the power for it, relatively easily. But this has been just frag grenaded. Yeah. Everything else is dead. This guy's just out here like, nobody. Prop hunt. Oh my god. Could you, hang on a minute. Could you play prop hunt in Factorio? Can you imagine like you could like morph into like an inserter and then see, I don't know how that would work. Maybe somebody runs around with a flamethrower and then tries to catch you. Oh no. Spam map post is going down. But they have, I mean, they have a wall. All of these bugs just sit here and die fighting something that's incredibly cheap to make, that is durable, that resists the bugs. And I hate to say it, but like defensively, these gun turrets have done very well. 640 kills, 34 kills. It's gutted, mate. It's absolutely gutted. And the bots, there's just not enough of them, I don't think, to do anything about this. Now, what's the takeaway from this? Being fast, being fast is great, and we want to get to a win as fast as possible. All right, poison capsule go down, but at what cost? Conventionally, I've seen it before, but it's more of we're in an outpost and we have XYZ ambition. You know what I mean? Like, we're in an outpost and we just want to get to purple and that's it. But like 2 players shooting a big biter as the base is just ravaged and savaged, I just don't. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. And have the bots, they haven't been taken out, have they? Some of them are damaged though, so you could potentially be losing bots as well. And another wave comes in from the side. We call these side swipes. Many of you are used to lots of this. And look how close they are to the silo. Bare minimum, they hit power quite hard. And as a positive, they take out sleep. I've seen if you're a bug, the positive is you take out sleepy and then you just get to take out bits of power. Tech is a mess. Eagle throwing shade. Who did this? Last Shepherd. Is that griefing? If Jimmy does main, need more than one person threat farming another flame turrets. Yeah, You'd almost need an outpost to build flame turrets. I wouldn't even build it in main. I'd pick an area like here. Like, look how perfect this is. Iron, coal, stone, and I'm sure oil. Boom. Sit right here, and you're sorted. So I think Last Shepherd, as they're being attacked, has decided for some strange reason to upgrade plan all of the furnaces, which obviously has then caused. Okay, got you. Yeah. No point. So it's a point. Yeah, it's just a pointless upgrade. Fair enough. Meanwhile, down here at the power, which will cause issues down the line, single bug is slowly dying, but taking a few things with him. Silo's on yellow health. 3,290. Oh. And another wave comes down. The music runs out. Oh, I've used this playlist before. Let's use this one. I like this one. And this whole time, the South are continuing to send to the North. The North are ticking over at 58%, 58.2. The silo's being hit a little bit. And this is a band-aid on a gunshot wound, really. There are fundamental things that are going wrong here. Just generally speaking, even if you patched all this up, I still think you'd be back here in about 10 minutes' time. If I pressed a magic button and everything just popped back into existence, I still think you wind up back here. You know, this happens half an hour ago, or this could have been solved half an hour ago, or maybe remedied half an hour ago to a better solution, better state than this. I don't say that to deride the people on the North. You had a plan, you had a focus and a goal, and that's what you worked towards. However, it seems to be undermined by what the South have managed to do. The South have managed to counterpunch very well here. Yeah. And you're on the clock, aren't you, at that point? Once the smelting's been cut, there's only a certain amount of resources you have left to be processed before it's just bland. Yeah, Ling, I'm certainly in your camp, I guess, if you want to call it that, or your way of playing the game. But again, if you're going for a record, and you don't name your team Rocket in 158 unless you're going for some kind of, speed record, maybe that's the goal. And yeah, this is it. After 1 hour and 25 minutes, maybe 26 if the bugs take their time, the North Silo is being aggressed upon, with very little around it still alive. And the glass cannon, unfortunately, is shattered. And the person that bet 10 pot noodles on the South to win has just won a lot. Let's finish that prediction now. Choose the outcome. South won. I wonder who won all of those pot noodles. GG's. The thing is, do we 950 go to Tech Priest? Interesting. Stonks. Stonks. I don't know if I'm up for a game 3. I need to make something to eat. That would be the key thing here. I need to go and stick some food on to do a game 3. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours now, so do I have another 3 hours in me? That's a big ask. I was going to play some EVE Online tonight. I know, yeah, I really want to play some EVE. Let's see what people are saying. But I think for now I might call it. So, but if enough people want to stick around, I'll do a game 3. I'm going to be playing deep into tonight anyway. And to be honest with you, Toucan, the last 2 games have been sub 2 hour. So I might just be on for another hour, and then, like at 9 o'clock I'm on EVE. Yeah, well, there is certainly a break now, which I'll do. I'll go and turn on my oven and get a pizza in, get some fuel. So, do we see incoming 5 hour? I know, but that's the struggle I have here is that a short game, I'm happy to cast. If the next one's an ITYTD, I'm going to very much struggle to stick around for the entirety of that, which I don't like to do. I'm either going to watch the whole thing or not, if that makes sense. So let's see how this starts. I don't want to promise 100%, but if it looks like it's going to be one of those, it's more about getting some sleep. I've got a few beers. I'm happy to crack a beer and do some casting, but it's about not getting to bed at like 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, because I've got to got a lot on tomorrow, and yeah, not ideal. Well, I was planning. I think I will, Theo. I think I will, but we'll see what the difficulty is. So I'm not going to put any predictions up. We'll see. There might not be any appetite. There might just be people wanting to play normal games. Like, we've done 2 captains. I just want a normal game. Let's just play a normal game. And if they do that, that's fine. But yeah, I've got a couple of beers in, and I was going to play some EVE Online with Toucan. Because I don't know what about you, but I'm really enjoying space games at the moment. Space games and zombie games. It's just hitting the spot for me right now. So, coffee and beer. A boffy. A terrible combination. So yeah, we'll see how we play this one out. But never mind, Theo. Thank you for dropping by. And I say this every week, guys. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. We're not trying to be the biggest stream in the world or anything like that. It's more about just enjoying each other's company, watching some good gameplay, having some memes, watching somebody red belt something they shouldn't, and just generally taking life a little bit easier for a few hours whilst we all have really hectic lives. And yeah, like I said, I've just got my mortgage approved, and I'm moving into my new house in 2 good games. Yeah, and 2 very distinct games. There was one team that, well, both sides had a rushed. Okay, are we? So are we? Don't know. We could ask one of the admins to set up a special game. I think it's just a normal game for now. I might be wrong. Or maybe we're just taking a break. So, like I said, I've got pizza in the oven. I don't mind. Thank you, man. Thank you. And it's good to see you again, mate. We're back on every Saturday now. I'm back to doing this again. Special welfare. If it's a special game, though, those can go on till like tomorrow. So I think that's a natural way. And we don't have any votes for captains, so yeah, I think that's a great. Oh, another poll. As I'm not seeing the captain's game thing fill up, like the special one is filling up, I'm going to assume that we're not captaining again, but that's fine. Shall we raid someone? Who should we raid? I like raiding people because it's funny to see their reaction sometimes when a guy with like a single viewer, all of a sudden we all pop in and say hello. So, oh, the doe is speedrunning. Should we raid the doe? Yeah, let's raid the doe. Another fantastic speedrunner in contention for the world record, right? I believe it's Team McIntyre, the doe, and good night. Enjoy. Hopefully you have a good. Yeah, I think I'm gonna raid the doe. Yeah, let's do it. Raid the dot. I got this right? Let me make sure I spelled this right. I don't want to raid somebody who's slightly got the similar. Yeah. Let's do that. There we go. Right, Factorio. Fantastic. I'm really looking forward to this. Thank you for joining me, guys. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, evening. I might stream tomorrow's captain's game. Who knows? But either way, thank you for joining me. I really appreciate you. And I hope you're having a good time. I hope your weekend goes great. And yeah, I'll see you at the next one. Catch you in a bit. Bye.